Welcome back to Ace Attorney. Today we're going to continue. Don't mind the fact that I installed YouTube. That was for homebrewing my Switch, which I haven't done yet at all. I haven't even started the process because I still don't know if mine can be patched or not. You like my new fucking sweet-ass profile picture? Hell yeah. Don't do it! Why not? I want to do it so bad. I would love to homebrew my Switch. Oh, you fucking played Race Attorney with Remix? That's awesome. Race Attorney doesn't sound like a good thing now that I say it out loud. It sounded like a good Mario Kart pun, but that sounds like a very different thing, actually. Ace Attorney Chronicles! Woo! We were, like, smack dab in the middle of a trial, if I remember. I believe our friend was shot in the back of his fucking skull, beaten to death with hammers, and then burned alive. And we have to solve the case. We have to figure out what happened. I fucking accepted your friend request, Remix, you fucking rat. You actual fucking dog. Well, you're right. You're literally a fucking dog, and you're right there. You are actually a fucking dog, and you're right standing there. I told you I did already. Do. Alright. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Bum. What the deuce? Okay, yes, I remember this now. So basically, our friend Gregson was murdered horribly. We don't know why. He was investigating something secret, like off the books, not as part of the police investigation. And he was murdered in this little shack of an apartment. And these three that are currently on the bench, they saw the whole thing go down, so they claim. They were like right outside when it happened. Yeah, they were just a bunch of urchins and like street performers, street rats, just, you know, hucking their wares right outside the building. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went in the building. Thanks, Sausage Toes. Appreciate the subscription. I was gonna let the robot voice say the thing, but then didn't even want to. The robot voice didn't even say it, or I didn't hear it, one or the other. I don't know which. Poor Remix. Did he actually get bodied? That poor little fella? How you doing today, Sausage Toes? Sausage Toes, last night on movie night, we missed you. We watched the new Candyman, and we watched Chainsaw Man, so we watched two separate man-based movies. It was pretty cool. He thought you cheated. Hell yeah. That was just pure projection since Remix did cheat in GTA. Remix cheated in all his money. He can't swing in a game where he can't have Chinese hackers cheat in all his money. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper gun in hand standing over the dead body.
I was scared after death, mate, so I ran off to find a copper.
Interesting. Okay. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Oh my god. That was really funny. Your animated bit was so sleepy that he started snoring. B-Machine posted this video of a dog snoring, and it literally sounded exactly the same. It was really funny. He was sleepy, man. He has to get up so early. Yeah, it was like 12 a.m., but he gets up at like 4 a.m. So he fell like hard asleep during the Candyman. Or the Chainsaw Man. I can't remember which one he fell asleep during. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barack Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like these. I've made myself a tiny sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. I fucking hate when he flips his lip. That shit is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. This dude actually looks like fucking Leffen. He's so disgusting. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which... Oh, this is the other guy. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? Oh, sorry, that's her. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. I still don't know who Hugh Boone is. That sounds like some sort of pun, but I can't pick up on it. Hey, thanks Zenvaboom for the bits. Appreciate it. I try my best. I try my best with the voices. But it's hard. It's hard because there's like fucking 8,000 characters in this game. Reanimated Bit was fucking comfy in his fucking sleeping chair. That shit was awesome. Exactly, that's what I was telling him. I was telling them you have to wake up at like 4? So you fell asleep during the poor Candyman movie. The Candyman tried so hard to keep you awake, but he just couldn't. It's Hugh Boone. I'm glad you dig it, Zenvaboom. I can't pronounce that name. There's too many syllables. That shit needs more vowels in it. That has only got one single vowel in the whole name.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
Oh yeah, don't worry, Reanimated Bit. The snoring was like actually really funny. It was like really quiet. It was just in the background. I'm glad you like the emotes. I think my emotes are godlike too. No! It's Zenvibin! I get it. I thought that was an L. That makes so much more sense. I legitimately thought that was an L this whole time. But it was an I. Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Okay, shit, I gotta buckle down, man. I don't remember any of the stuff we were talking about last week. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow! Oh my god. Cross-examination. Did I show you guys? Shit, I forgot to. I was gonna post the video of the French guy whose dog drives a car. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Okay, so they saw the whole thing. I'll probably press on that a little bit. Quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go see what happened. Is this guy Gossip? Yeah, she's Venus, he's Sandwich. Even though he's actually Beppo. His name is actually Beppo. He's a troll. New evidence. It does feel like I need new evidence. I don't know. Ran into the room, there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death. Huh. I want to press on statement 1, and also that statement about the Reaper. I'll do this. We saw the whole thing from start to finish.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zeeks?
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson? Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
I don't know what the fuck is up with this guy's neck, but he's got like a red-ass neck syndrome. It's very fucking strange. At first I thought it was just the lighting, but in every angle, he's got the red shit on his neck. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure?
Doesn't seem likely I'd have forgotten a fella with bright red hair like that, does it? Oh shit. The Red-Headed League. Bum bum bum. The fucking Red-Headed League is up to their shenanigans again. I can't believe it. There's an evil organization known as the Red-Headed League. And, I know for a fact that they're definitely part of this shit. They just gotta be. He is flipping his lip. It's quite fucking disgusting. I don't appreciate that he does that in front of me. It's so gross. I don't know why they decided to make this one character super gross. I think we did Ace Attorney Trilogy as well, like the first 3 of the mainline games. There was one character that was like super disgusting in that one too, but I can't remember what it was. He had like a big booger hanging out of his nose or something. It was fucking nasty. I feel like it was during that weird one where there was like a biker guy at the cafe. I don't know, it was weird. I vaguely remember that guy. I don't know. I've got no clue why anything is happening yet. It's very mysterious. The Red-Headed League is definitely a straight-up Sherlock Holmes reference, but I don't remember them. Bum bum bum. Okay, so a fellow with bright red hair.
Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mop's still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Were you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
A big trunk? Oh my god. That's actually so mysterious. We've seen a big trunk 2 times total ever in the whole game. One of them is in the middle of Sherlock Holmes's apartment, and the other one was brought 2 days ago from Japan by Susato's dad. So that's not good. Either way, that's not great. That's very mysterious. But unless it's just an unrelated giant trunk. But I don't know, the giant trunk is like super important. That's what has all the super mysterious shit inside of it. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. No, Gregson. I can't believe they shot his ass, dude. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. He looks so sad, too. I feel like he's so sad that he got murdered. And a red hairpiece. Of course. We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? It did. It had all of his Nintendo merchandise in it. He was just going to a cosplay convention. He was gonna dress up as that kid from My Hero Academia with the half-scarred face. He never got to finish changing. That's the saddest part yet. He couldn't film his TikTok videos. Poor Gregson, dude. We saw one on the floor when we investigated, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please.
Okay, let's inspect this. Let's fucking inspectionate this shit. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? Well, first we have to do this.
Blood.
Interestingly enough, despite all the blood congealed under him, I don't see any wounds on his entire body anywhere, which is slightly suspicious, if you ask me. I don't know, last week I somewhat got the vibe that perhaps the body had been moved. I remember having some weirdly crackpot theories about it being like launched through the window or something. I don't remember exactly why, but it definitely seems like the body got moved. Right, and also Van Zieks entered the room and somehow didn't see the body, even though it's laying in the middle of the fucking room. So yeah, I'm thinking the body got moved. It certainly is suspicious that there's no fucking wounds on the dead body. That seems extremely suspicious. Yeah, he was shot. He was literally shot at close range, so why wouldn't we see visible... We should see both an entry wound, possibly blood splatter from the exit wound, and we should see the burn on his clothing from where he was shot. I don't see any of that anywhere. He could be covering it up, I guess, with his little baby hands. Little fucking T-Rex hands. It's time to remove my hairpiece. That'd be so cool if I could just fucking crack it open like a Slim Jim. That'd be so sweet. Just reveal a fucking full Costanza living beneath. I can't get it off. I can't get it off right now. I'll try to later. I gotta put on with that fucking Gorilla Glue, dude. It's hard. It's hard to remove. Okay, so he was shot, but he didn't bleed or leave any sort of blood splatter anywhere other than directly underneath it in front of him. That's weird, but fine, I guess. Let's inspect the evidence, too. I don't think we've done that yet. Did we already look at all the evidence? This is the fireworks that girl was selling. The urchin girl. She was selling these. No, it looks fine. I don't think we can inspect it at all. Crime scene. Yeah, so this is why it's suspicious, right? Is that he's just lying in the middle of the fucking open, but somehow Van Zieks entering the room did not see him. And I argued that perhaps it's because the door like swung open and blocked him, but still, you'd have to be pretty unobservant to just not see him anywhere. I don't know. This seems very mysterious. And we inspected the hairpiece, I remember that. We inspected all this shit. Did we inspect this guy yet? Garhar, there's stuff to inspect anyway. It does, it makes very little sense. There's definitely something more going on here. There's definitely some sort of shenanigans that they're up to. These are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look! Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Haired League then? Oh my god. No, dude, they're fucking investigating that shit.
What? A bloody handprint?
Okay, that's actually pretty fucking important. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. Let's take a look at this floor plan, too. Look, this is where that board is. It's all the way the fuck over here. So why would the bloody handprint from Gregson be all the way the fuck over here? Doesn't make... It's also, like, in a weird place, too. Look at this. It's, like, at the very top, upside down. Huh. That's very fucking weird. Yeah, I'm thinking he got moved. I'm thinking he 100% got moved to incriminate Van Zieks. Because if he was hidden, like, back here, then that would make more sense as to how Van Zieks didn't see him. Alternatively, it could be a handprint from the killer, which would be kind of nice, too. Yeah, it could be. Could be somebody climbing over it. Could be somebody climbing over it that was hiding in the corner, which would imply that there was somebody else in the room at the time. That's definitely possible, too. It kind of feels like there's perhaps somebody else in the room at the time. Yeah, this murder is very weird. You know why? It's because we're so early into it and there's clearly something at play. Like, somebody's covering something up. We definitely do not have all the facts yet at all. None of this stuff adds up yet. We're missing so many pieces. We gotta be. Oh well, we inspected it all for now. What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared?
What, you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do ya?
We definitely saw him with the dock going in, though. No question about that.
Okay. The Reaper went inside, then we heard a big bang. The red-headed gang. Dude, the red-headed gang? Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if they were up to no good. They seem extremely evil. I want to press this statement too. Oops. We went in the room and then Van Zieks was just fucking standing there. Let's press this. So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene? Is that right?
That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did. And yelled out, what's going off here?
Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And it was dark inside the room.
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
That's different. Van Zieks told us it was fucking almost pitch black.
Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Oh my god. Ah, I see. Van Zieks didn't notice him at all. This is completely contradictory. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Barak Van Zieks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. It's Beppo.
I gotta pursue Beppo. Guys, Beppo is the best character. He was like a bit character in the first case of the first game of this, and then he never appeared again. He never fucking came back. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in that I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now.
He is. He is quite literally an idiot sandwich. Poor Sandwich, dude. Everybody's bullying him. All he wants to do is stand around with a sign?
Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
What? That feel when someone pisses you off so you threaten them with cannibalism. Huh? That's a weird reaction, bro. I will say, that's gotta be 100 times more effective. Like, imagine some dude trying to start shit with you in the street, and you just threaten to fucking eat him. That's a new one. He's heard people threaten to punch him in the mouth 100 times. Has he ever heard somebody say, I'm going to turn you into a sandwich and eat you alive? I doubt it. Seems unlikely. I think that would actually be a very effective threat in real life. I turned around on this. That's a great threat.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that a secret.
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's what I wanted to say.
Remix, stop fucking spamming GTA. I would never play GTA. There is no historical precedent for me ever streaming GTA either.
The animals are leaving. The aliens are contacting us. We might be alone.
Remix is sending in the fucking aliens, dude.
But that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
Woo! Oh, poor Remix. Poor Remix. He got his ass timed out, dude. He got completely timed out. Yeah, he might be embarrassed because he's not brave. He is looking a little embarrassed right now, that poor guy with the giant lip. The giant swollen up lip. You know what he reminds me of is a couple years ago there was that challenge where people would inject their lips with horrible chemicals and inject their foreheads into donuts. He looks like that. He looks like basically someone who's following like a Kim Kardashian beauty routine that involves tons of Botox injections. Remix does. He wants to spend more of his GTA bucks. The $10 million submarine was not enough. He's got to spin the wheel. I love gambling in GTA. That shit was awesome. I'm glad they added that sweet casino. Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck!
Oh, okay. So if he left his hand in a pool of blood, then maybe it's him who left his handprint here. Huh. That's interesting. That's different. But if that's the case, then that means that two things. That means either or. 100% either the body was moved or the board was moved. Probably the board at this point, honestly. Probably the board at this point. Because otherwise, if he had walked in the door, seen the dead body, fallen backwards into a pool of blood, his hand would have been nowhere close to the board. His hand would have been absolutely nowhere close to the board for him to get it all dirty. So either body moved or board moved. The problem is if the body moved, he wouldn't have seen it because it would have been behind the board. If the board moved, maybe he would still see the body if it was like over here or maybe over here-ish. Yeah, that's the other weird part. That's the other weird part. Let's get to that. This is part 2. This is the second thing. The blood pool does not look like it has been touched at all. It does not look even remotely disturbed. It looks completely fine. I don't know what he's talking about. It seems like a bold-faced lie, but why would you lie about that? Why would you lie about getting your hand in the blood? Because that's, like, not a great thing. But the thing is, it would implicate him, right, as being like a possible murderer. But in this case, the dude died of a gunshot. Like, having a bloody hand doesn't really even... It doesn't really have anything to do with anything. If it was like a stabbing, sure. Interesting. Guess we continue. A pool of blood?
Well, listen here. Even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold, hard stare. And don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, I. Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
Yeah, it's a good question, is how did the bloody handprint get on the board? That's why I'm thinking it had to get moved. I'm thinking that it has to have not been where they're saying it was at first. Floor plan lists it at here, and the back, like, facing the wall. So there's no way he would have gotten his handprint there. But if before it was either here or here, and maybe even overturned, then it'd be really easy to get a handprint on it. Like, say it was laying flat on its face right here, or flat on its face right here. Then if you fell, put your hands in the blood, and like scrambled away, you could get a blood print on it. But there should be blood prints somewhere else too if that's the case, like other places on the floor. It's very weird that the pool of blood is not at all, tampered. Like, there's no smudge or smear anywhere. That's very strange. Also, even weirder part of this testimony, if he really walked in the room and immediately saw the dead body, like frame one, like he's saying, then how did he fall over into the pool of blood, considering the pool of blood is not even close to the door? Door is here. The corpse is here. Pool of blood goes to like maybe here. How would he have seen the body from the doorway and then fallen into the pool of blood? That's one hell of a trip. That's like that gif of Squidward falling and just traveling across the entire room. That's a big ass fall. Yeah, he's seeming very suspicious, to be honest. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, this is his testimony, so if he really is the killer, I don't know why he would incriminate himself this much so early. You'd think he would at least try to lie a little better.
I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
I see. Well, I think we just straight up have a contradiction now. I'm just gonna try presenting the board. Did I already examine this? I did not examine this yet. Okay, good thing I examined this first. He probably held him as he fell dying. I don't know if I'd say probably, but that's a pretty good theory. That's a decent theory. That's definitely possible. It's a good way to get blood all over your hands. And to not disrupt the pool of blood on the floor. What's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. There's a bloody handprint on the backside. I see. Okay. We're gonna try presenting this. I hope it works. So, you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. Neither did we! We looked at the pictures too! What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Oh, you're dead right. That's my hand. I'll know it anywhere.
Hot actual hero. Why does his sign say hot actual hero on the back of it? I mean, he's not wrong. Beppo's kind of a baddie in a certain sense, but I don't know why the fuck his sign says hot actual hero. I'm guessing it's because this game was intended for Japanese audiences, so they just wrote random fucking English words there. The witness very clearly testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. See, you would think that because he lied in court, his testimony is no good. But in Ace Attorney, they have what's known as doubling down, where the witnesses just lie literally all of the goddamn time and their testimony is not thrown out ever. They just get to keep testifying anyway. They're like, oh, my bad, here's what actually happened though. By the way, I'm lying again. By the way, I'm lying for a third and final time. They just won't stop lying ever. Apparently perjury is just not a thing in this universe. I don't know if the Japanese names have puns in them. I assume so. I don't know enough Japanese to tell you though. The only Japanese I know is what Alulim told me, such as how to spell my name in Japanese. Outside of that, I've got no clue. It was knocked onto the floor before he went in and it was dark. It's possible. It's definitely possible. A lot of possibilities. We really don't have much information, so we can't really come to any solid conclusions, but that's possible for sure. What's also possible, that I was kind of leaning towards, is that this room is just all sorts of fucked up before this happened, and it had to be, like, put back together by this dude who didn't really know what it looked like before. You know what I mean? So, for example, yes, the board knocked over, the handprint gets on the board. Afterwards, after, like, the struggle, they're like, oh shit, we have to put the room back together so that it looks normal. We don't know where anything goes. So we just put the board across the room. We didn't remember where it went. And, you know, just hope for the best. There's a lot of stuff that could be happening here. The problem is, we've had one witness so far who hasn't been lying out of their ass. Like, for sure. The only witness we know is telling the truth is our boy, Van Zeeks. And he had almost no information. Because he walked into the room and then was just, like, arrested. So we have, like, nothing to go off of yet. It's remarkably little. Most cases, you have, like, a lot of facts to go off, you know? This case, we're just gonna have to make a lot of big assumptions and work off of them. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time. It would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, out on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint.
I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... Yes, I think it's the board moving, probably. False testimony is not even wrong. There's a lot of fucking false testimony flying around. These witnesses are no good, man. These witnesses are complete trash. The other two maybe are telling the truth. I honestly don't know. They haven't gotten to say much yet. The board moving. Who moved the board? I don't know yet. I've got no clue. I have got no clue right now. And there's really not many clues, period, just yet. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing up.
What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. We need Sholmes in here, man. We need Sholmes to give us a fucking great deduction. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
What?
I like how both of them are in the same pose. That's great. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. Oh shit. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
This is the hard part. I don't think it's here, to be honest. I kinda think it's here. It would make a lot more sense. Let's rule out where it's not. It's not here. It's definitely not there. It can't be anywhere where the door was. It can't be where the table is. It probably wasn't across the room, because that just straight up wouldn't make any sense. And if you consider the blood spill, and the fact that there was a bloody handprint on the board, it's gotta be somewhere around here. It's gotta be somewhere near the body. If the blood pool was like circular, then maybe it could be down here, but the blood pool is just that one direction. I think he's somewhere around here.
Let's hope!
This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway?
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body.
Boyek!
If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
Objection. I'm kind of feeling, honestly, I'm kind of leaning towards it being like a Bonnie and Clyde thing. I'm kind of leaning towards it being, these two together, Gossip and Venus. I feel like they're pretty suspicious so far, but we are 3 seconds in. I don't think Beppo's in on it. Beppo's a good guy. All he ever wanted to do was drive his little carriage around in that first game. He never did nothing wrong. He's a good boy. But these two seem like, look how fucking smug she is. Look at the smug aura emanating off of her and tell me that she's not so evil. And this guy's just lying out his fucking ass. I feel like she's the brains of the operation, and he's like the trigger man. But I don't know. Who else do we even have as suspects just yet? Kind of nobody. I guess this guy. We met him. But yeah, we just haven't really met anybody yet. I can fix her. I can fix her. Give me a chance. He makes her money selling meager little fireworks to children. Or does she murder children and put them in a machine for pigs like in Amnesia? Think about it. Think about it. Gossip? Yeah, the gossip seems very suspicious, man. The gossip seems not great at crime either. I don't know, this is such a late game case too. I feel like the gossip being the killer would just be too easy because he's so fucking suspicious immediately. He's so evil. Just look at him. Look at his evil one-eyed figure. He strikes quite an intimidating pose. The accused also claims the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Ah, right. I forgot about that part of the testimony. He heard the guy kecking and then door opens. The door opens wide, specifically. Wow, what the hell was that sound effect? That shit was awesome. Hey, thank you for the bits. I forgot. Okay, so this part of the testimony actually does make a lot more sense. So Van Zeeks was just snooping, right? He's exploring the room. And what do you do when you explore a room? You open a door gently if you're sneaking around. So he opened the door gently, right? And so he goes into the room, starts snooping around. It's dark. Then guess what happens? The second guy runs in, since the board was standing here vertically, swings the door open, swings the door open wide, that knocks over the board, reveals the candles, and reveals the body. So boom, both of their testimonies can be somewhat true, despite being completely contradictory. When Van Zieks first came in, it was dark, because the candles were blocked off. But once the guy knocked over the board, all of a sudden, room lights up, Inspector Gregson appears for both of them at the same time. Somehow these two completely contradictory testimonies kind of make sense together. A little bit anyway. Maybe Gossip isn't quite as suspicious as he seems.
It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
Yeah, see, he kicks the door open. Boom. Swings it all the way open, knocks over the board. There you go. That does kind of explain what happened a little bit. Weird. Very weird. But we still don't know why any of the original incidents happened. It still does seem suspicious that a gunshot was heard, Van Zieks was the only guy in the room at the time, and he was found holding a gun. It's gonna be hard to clear our defendant to that one. That's a little suspicious. Dancing dog emoji. This music does go incredibly hard. The Ace Attorney soundtracks are so fucking good. The crazy thing is that I honestly believe in my heart of hearts that this is like the worst soundtrack at Ace Attorney too. Ace Attorney 1 through 3 have fucking incredible soundtracks. They're so good. This one's still really good too. I don't know why he would go to the Redhead convention. It seems like they were investigating them, but besides that, I really don't know. I don't know what they done wrong. Why is this case? Are you asking why this case is sad? It's because our good friend that looked like fucking a Gumby character was murdered. Our boy Gregson. Our boy Gregson was fucking murdered in cold blood, and to add insult to injury, he was also turned out to secretly be a redhead the whole time. Which, let's face it, that's a fate worse than death. My current working theory is that he seppuku'd himself upon discovering that he was actually a redhead the whole time. I think that's like a pretty distinct possibility here. Yeah, see, now you know why it's so tragic. It's very much like an Oedipus thing, you know? It's like he didn't fuck his own mom, but he became the very one thing he swore to destroy, a ginger. So it's kind of even worse in a sense. Instead of gouging out his eyes, he gouged out his own fucking heart.
It was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. Ryanosuke, catch up, bro. We fucking figured this out 5 minutes ago, dude. That's like a Rube Goldberg machine of death.
That can't.
The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious!
That is a certified good gracious moment. I wish I had my trademarked good gracious champ emoji for this exact situation. I don't know if he had freckles. That would be even too far. But it's possible. That's the most harrowing truth of all that we're gonna have to figure out, is the freckle status. He might be covering up with some concealer right now. Honestly, though. My brain hort. Give me a second. It working. It thonking. My brain thonking. Give it a second. It has the fucking Apple logo swirling around right now. It definitely feels like a setup. It definitely feels like a bit of a setup. But the question is, who would know about this, right? Somebody had to have known that Van Zieks was gonna be here, and when he was gonna be here, so that they could set all this up. But if you take those two as facts rather than giant assumptions, which, let's face it, they are, it seems like a bit of a setup. Because you wait for Van Zieks to go in, and then what made everybody check it out in the first place was the sound of a gunshot, right? Everybody on the street heard the sound of a gunshot and rushed in. So if somebody knew that ahead of time, they could have set up the board there intentionally, so that Van Zieks wouldn't see the body in time, but the next person to come in, who would obviously, if they were investigating a gunshot, swing the door open, would knock over the board, and then the body would be discovered. Van Zieks gets framed, right? Because why else would you even put the board here? Literally, what other purpose would there be for having a board placed that precariously when there's like 8 other good spots to place the board in the room? That's kind of the question. But who would know? See, that is the question that I don't have an answer for yet. That is the question that I do not even remotely have an answer for yet. I have no clue. It could be. It could definitely be why he lied about his handprint. There's a lot of moving parts in this case, damn. It could definitely still be our boy, the Stinkler as he's known, the guy with the giant lip. But I don't know. It seemed quite nefarious.
Good gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Arg. Why are they making the same pose?
Order! Order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Yeah. It really feels like a bit of a setup at the moment.
Witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
The elephant in the room, too, that we haven't even addressed, that I keep glossing over, and the game especially keeps glossing over, is the fact that the reason anybody even investigated in the first place was the sound of a gunshot. If this really did happen, then how the fuck did somebody else sneak into the room with Van Zieks and shoot Gregson, who also didn't see Van Zieks somehow, and nobody saw him? Nobody saw him go in or leave. It definitely seems very suspicious. It definitely seems like Gregson was possibly already dead for a while by the time this went down. He can't possibly have died at the time unless there was some sort of... There could have been a trap! There could have been a trap! What if it was like a fucking saw trap or some shit? That would be kind of cool. Maybe it was, for once, actually a Rube Goldberg machine of death. Maybe the knocking over of the thing... No, because the gunshot happened before the person knocked the shit over. So it couldn't even be a funny Rube Goldberg machine, where it was like attached to a string that set off a gun. It couldn't even be that. It couldn't even be that. What if he killed himself? He definitely could have. Gregson got sick of being in this fucking game. He was done with it. He rage quit.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene.
Or will they just lie a bunch again?
Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message.
The mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wipe my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Good point, Beppo.
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. It don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Poor Beppo, dude. He became so philosophical ever since he's become homeless. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baroque Van Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses?
Yes. No, I'm just gonna lose. Nah, Judge, I'm good. I'll just lose instead. Yeah, I want to cross-examine him. You know what's funny, though? Honestly, I feel like, and I could be wrong. I've never been wrong about this yet, but I could be wrong. This is like metagamey, so I don't like using it as evidence. But look at the fucking time of death, is the thing. Any time that the Ace Attorney games do not give you a specific time of death, it's usually because that person did not die when everybody's saying they died. That's been a very consistent thing. Usually the time of death is like pretty fucking precise, and it's there for a reason, right? It helps you solve the case. If there's no time of death, that's pretty fucking suspicious. If there's no time of death, that's a pretty good sign that they didn't actually die when they're saying they died. I'm thinking that he probably died earlier than they're saying. But the question is, what the problem is, right? It all comes back to the same problem. At some point, the dude got shot. So how the fuck would nobody hear it when he actually did get shot, if that's the case? Nationality, British? Yeah, that's the only good part about this murder. The only good part about this murder is that there's one less British person on the earth now. It just happened to be one of our homies, you know? That's the sad part. I have such conflicted feelings about this now. Yeah, they're definitely lying about what it happened. Well, yeah. Yeah. I think so. The thing that I keep coming back to is this, right? The firecracker. It even says, like, what sort of a bang could it make? I feel like this, if there is a way to fake a gunshot, this is the way to do it. So, if our boy was actually killed way earlier... Emotional damage! If our boy was killed way earlier, I'm thinking that this is what our witnesses actually heard. Which does implicate Venus even more. It does make her seem even more suspicious than usual, because these are her fireworks. They're even called the Venus Firecracker. And she is one fiery little cracker, I won't lie. If she is as murderous as she seems. Because even Van Zeeks is not... He's not refuting that single point, right? He's not refuting that there was a gunshot, and then everybody came rushing in. That's something, that's like the one thing that they're agreeing upon, right? The one thing that all the witnesses agree on, gunshot, everybody rushes into the room. So, for me personally, it's less that there wasn't a gunshot when they said there was, it's that they misidentified what they heard. I'm thinking they probably actually heard this. She probably cheekily set it off, using her ass matches that she keeps pulling out. And then, everybody, but then, So it would have had to already be in the room. I don't know, it seems like she's setting him up. It seems like she's framing Van Zeeks, but who is she? How would she's just some random fucking urchin. How would she even know all this shit? I don't know. It's very suspicious. I love that sound effect. That shit rocks. I was told it's a TikTok sound, but I don't care. I still love that sound effect. That shit's fucking cash. But the gun! Yeah, there is a gun. They did find a fucking gun at the scene of the crime, too. Yeah, a lot of moving parts. I really don't have any answers yet. I've got a lot of theories, but... every single time I think I have, like, a good idea, there's some part of it that's contradicted by some of the evidence. I don't know. The dog snore. I definitely should add the dog snore. That shit's awesome. It sounded disgusting. The problem is it's probably too quiet to really function as a blurb. I could try seeing how it sounds.
Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Meow, 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 meow. This dude's disgusting, dude. He needs to take a fucking bath and a shower and wash his clothes.
I don't know anything about that there notice board. I'll just wipe my hand on it.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I'm just a bystander, me.
I'm gonna press this. I'm gonna press that she was selling the things.
Hold it!
Hold it.
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the priory school just round the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come.
That's awesome.
So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know.
You fucking snitch! She's a complete snitch. Okay, she's evil. She's definitely the killer for that one. How could you possibly snitch on them for having the greatest plan known to man?
Letting their teachers know what they're up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them.
Oh, now I get her plan. Okay, that makes more sense.
And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
That's awesome. Honestly, that's a pretty good plan. I can't even hate on the grind set. She is what's known as on the Sigma male grind set at the moment. What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thanks for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Okay, Judge, you're fucking going to prison just for saying that shit. That is some fucking reply guy stuff. The judge definitely has a Twitter profile picture of him sitting in his pickup truck and he's posting that beneath the OnlyFans girl. What the fuck kind of sentence was that, bro? Venus is a guileful goddess indeed? That's fucking the worst pickup line I've heard in my entire life.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Eppo! Eppo knows something. Marketing! Yeah, that is like marketing 101. She's cornered the market, really. The selling explosives to children market.
Excuse me.
She's got that shit on lock. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
Yeah, if I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. But those words of hers be a lie too, for the truth. In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
That was so perfectly timed. That was exactly what Ryunosuke said. I do too. I love the fucking Twitter reply guys. They rock. They always have the exact same face and sunglasses. They look like the fucking droid army coming off of the Star Wars ships. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? Sandwich?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? I hate this game, man. This game actually makes me read the line Mr. Sandwich. Completely straight-faced. How do you fucking play Mr. Sandwich straight? That's the greatest name known to man. That was a threat. That was straight up a threat of death in the middle of a courtroom. She threatened to explode him in the middle of the court, and the judge is siding with her. He's like, yeah, it's fine. We're all good. She's a guileful goddess after all. Hey, what's up, 107? How you doing today? Yeah, we're slandering Miss Venus. I think she's the murderer. This guy got a sausage for his nose. Sausage Toes' most mortal enemy is actually Beppo, aka Sausage Nose. That is true. As far as the death threats go, the blowing the guy up is kind of low on the scale. Because we did already have someone threaten to consume another man's flesh as retribution. This one doesn't really register anymore.
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
No. Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
Hee hee. She's actually fucking kecking in the middle of court. You can't keck in a court of law! I'll hold her in contempt of court! This is so messed up.
You mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was gonna tell.
Wouldn't it be cool if when she threw the firecracker and it exploded, in real life you just saw my face cam, like, I get launched across the room, the green screen comes down, just like smoke and explosions everywhere? That would be fucking awesome. Stream instantly offline from the improvised explosive device. That was a very suspicious response. She literally just kecked and then lit a match on her own ass. Gentlemen, get you a lady who can light a match using exclusively her own ass. It's one of the most practical life skills that one could have.
I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it. I feel like I made her voice way too close to Gina's. And I guarantee you Gina is going to show up at some point, considering the victim is Gregson. And so, I'm trying to make her voice slightly different so that there's not just that exact same voice off for 50 fucking minutes when they bring her up.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So, you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose, perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course.
You are not human. That is true. I am a robot. I am the JohnBot 3000. You can't see because it cuts off at the waist, but I actually just have all tank treads all the way to the rest of my body. I'm like a little Mega Man robot. Yeah, I guess perjury is a thing. I guess perjury actually is a thing. Yo, look what I found. I was fucking digging around under one of the little folders I have here. Fucking Chikorita, dude. The greatest card known to man. Where the fuck did that Chikorita card? I don't even remember owning this. Why the fuck did I just find a Chikorita card lying around?
Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room.
Okay. Good.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. That detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Aha, okay. So this right here is probably the statement we're gonna have to actually work off of. Because this, he died when we heard the gunshot, is the statement. And it's really starting to seem like, no, he didn't die when we heard the gunshot. So maybe this is what but we don't have really anything to present against that. I'm gonna try pressing some more stuff. I don't think we have anything to present evidence-wise against this statement. It's just not true. It's just probably not true. The Venus Firecracker. This is like good evidence, but not really like on its own, you know? I think this is what caused the gunshot sound. But like, on its own, it's not that much of a piece of evidence. They definitely should be stricken as witnesses. The only witness holding down the fort is Mr. Sandwich. Mr. Sandwich is carrying this fucking case on his back. Just like he's carrying that board on his back. The sandwich board, to be specific. Candelabra. Oh! I'm so stupid! This is like the most obvious. This is where it happened. Okay. That makes sense. The reason that this is blown off isn't from a gunshot like they said. It's the firecracker. The firecracker blew up the candles. Or one of the candles, anyway. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because they told us... See, it says the top appears to have been blown off. Last session, they said that the gun hit it. Like, when the gun went off, it hit the candle. But we can't really show it now. But when we were actually in the room, the candelabra was kind of too high for that to be the case. It is directly behind the dude. But, like, he clearly hasn't been hit in the head by a bullet. And the candelabra was at minimum. It was at, like, head height. It was probably higher than his head height. So unless he had been shot, like, up through the torso, there was no way the bullet would have cleared and hit the, candle. No chance. My initial theory was honestly that a fucking acrobat inside of the chimney had shot him from across the room, because that kind of lines up with the candle. I was like, maybe if he's all the way on the fucking floor and he shoots up, it would pass through the guy and hit the candle. But yeah, otherwise, like, no way that shot gets made. It's gotta be the, firecracker that did it. Interesting. So it was definitely a trap. Unfortunately, our boy Van Deeks was led into a deadly fucking trap. Spider-Man! I hope it was fucking Spider-Man. That son of a bitch has been evil for too long. I've always been firmly on the side of J. Jonah Jameson. I demand to be brought pictures of Spider-Man. And yet, he's allowed that fucking menace to just roam the city free. It's about time somebody takes him in on a capital murder charge.
I can't say all this. Oh shit, I already read this. My bad. My bad, Cake.
Let's go back to her new statement. Maybe I did sneak along and have a little peek.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
All right, but you did in fact go into the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then.
You are the worst witness of all time.
I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, all right, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell.
Oh my god. She is every fucking single sentence she's just lying about. That's next level.
So I did give the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right. Now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, all right then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
That was great. I fucking loved the stupid fireworks as punctuation sounds. That was awesome. You're telling us that you did move the board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You're daft, barn pot. I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky. Look at my little dance.
The truth now.
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. Just a bit of junk like this that it can't be worth much if you ask.
Ah! What? It is Gina.
So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it.
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for the big case he solved 10 years ago.
The professor case. That was my character. Don't ask questions.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come out at the pub.
I see. Just Cusper, what the fuck? Just Cusper, you're a fucking troll. You're the one who sat in the voice call for 4 hours listening to reanimate a bit, snore, I'll have you know, Just Cusper. You were the one who did that. You can't even blame me for that one.
I swiped it off him once and blimey he was upset. He gave me a right earful.
That's what Gregson said. That's what fucking Gregson said.
Said he hadn't missed it a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it.
Oh. So I'm starting to get the big picture now. Okay. He got it for solving a big case 10 years ago? Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So the crime itself wasn't even necessarily to get at Van Zeeks. It was specifically for this watch. It was specifically for this pocket watch. That's what they wanted. That makes a lot of sense. The 10 years ago, if you're just joining us, there was the big like overarching case for this whole game is this mysterious case that's a top state secret that no one's allowed to talk about. That took place 10 years ago, where the most prolific serial killer in British history was finally caught and executed. He was prosecuted by Van Zeeks, and he was killed at long last, but nobody's allowed to talk about it. A lot of characters know about it, but it's a state secret, so nobody's been able to tell us anything. So that's probably what this is actually related to. The pocket watch must be somehow important to that case.
He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabba's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it.
Hot, actual hero. I love Beppo's sign so much. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swap it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough! Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken!
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabba's didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Interesting. He wound it without fail every single day. It's no longer ticking.
It would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved.
Hang on. Judge, chill.
Judge, chill.
The judge is not chilling. Oh, it's got a little thing on it. Interesting. Maybe we just need to wind him. Maybe we just need to wind him up. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. There's a tiny stub sticking out of my small hole as well, but I was just born that way. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that setting for the time. In that case, seeing as how we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Interesting. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh! Oh my god.
Let me open my evidence.
I think we saw this last week. I think we straight up saw this last week. I'm trying to... Didn't we find a key? Didn't we find a mysterious-ass key? Well, after we finish this, I'll go to the evidence and see. Just because it was you! You were the mysterious man from the hospital? I can't believe this. They saw a man dressed as the fucking Catwoman from Batman, like, just all in the skin-tight leather outfit, doing 3 backflips out of my hospital bed when I was just a baby. When I was just a baby with a stub in his hole. That's so mysterious. That's right, it was the policeman! I forgot about that. I forgore. I thought it was a gun. That's right. We totally did find that last week. And I just forgot that we found that at all. That's the one problem with doing this as a weekly slot, is I forget a lot of shit.
Oh yes, that's probably the winder used to wind up the mechanism.
It looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Oh, yeah, the policeman key. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully.
Yeah, that actually does explain so much, because I believe that from the reports from the police, as the mysterious cab burglar, femme fatale, was doing the 3 backflips out of the hospital window, there was just the ear-ripping sound of ass being ripped as the 3 backflips occurred. You know, sort of Doppler affecting off into the night as she fled. That actually makes so much sense that it was secretly just Cuzbra. I never put 2 and 2 together. That's the real mystery. That's the real Ace Attorney. But I had never solved that case. All right, let's look at the tiny policeman. There's a key-like shaft sticking out of the base. So you twist the head, and then that shit happens. It appears to be some sort of key. Cool. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, look, it matches up like perfectly too. Yeah, I thought that this was a gun. Last week, before we knew like any of this new information, I was like, maybe Gregson just straight up accidentally shot himself by shooting himself with this thing, because he didn't know what the hell it was. He was just playing around with it. He had just found it at the scene. But no, it is actually a key. It's just a hollow key. Do you think this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch?
Oh yes, it could be. Let's try it at once.
Oh my fucking god.
I knew it. A perfect fit.
And look, the inspector's watch has started going again.
Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Susato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too.
Yeah!
Interesting. Yeah, so basically he has been dead for a long ass time. Gregson, according to my calculations, has been dead for at least 342 years, I'm pretty sure. It was basically a I see dead people type situation, I believe. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Yeah, so unless it just so happens that it naturally runs out exactly when he was shot every day, it's a lot more likely that he hadn't wound it that day at all, which is why it wasn't ticking when they found it, which was right after he died. Which would imply that he's been dead for a long ass time. He's been dead for a long motherfucking time. If you do only have to wind it once a day. He does it at supper. What? Where did you get this information? He does it at supper? Is that what Gina said? Oh, maybe that's what Ginga said. I'm gonna check the dialogue. I can't remember. Yeah. It shattered when the inspector was shot. Okay, I can't get far enough back. I can't get far enough back, but I'll take your word for it. Oh, okay, they said he winds it up while waiting for food. Interesting. So yeah, maybe at supper time.
It would appear the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at last.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please.
I
don't know anything.
I really want to, personally, just straight up present it against this. I'm so tempted to just present the pocket watch against the statement of he died when we said he died. But we might need to like make one little more connection first before that would work, because that is still kind of a stretch, you know. But that seems good to me. He died when we heard the gunshot versus it wasn't. Wow. Let's first inspect the cracked face of it. The glass over the face is cracked really badly. Look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man.
What the fuck is an odd job man? I'm gonna lose a pip if I do this. I'm doing it anyway. Ba-boom!
Objection.
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Yeah! That's not generic failure dialogue, is it?
Oh.
At the scene. Let's go, baby. We found the key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. If you present incorrect evidence, the game will immediately go into like some generic dialogue about how you're stupid. They're like, that's not true, and then the other guy's like, it is true. You stupid, and you lose HP. What? Just cause where your uncle is a fucking Kojima character? That rocks. Is he gonna be in the new Death Stranding? I'm so fucking excited for the new Kojima game, dude. I'm so excited for the new Kojima game. It's gonna be like dumb celebrities again, like they always do. And there's gonna be like 3 main characters. And on Twitter, he's revealed 2 of the 3 celebrities, but there's still 1 mystery celebrity known only as "How come?" question mark. And the like picture is still grayed out. So I think that at the Game Awards, we're gonna finally learn who's playing How Come. I'm so excited. I hope in my heart of hearts that it's Andy Serkis, the guy who plays Gollum. I hope it's a creature. A key! And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? They're doing the same pose. That's so epic.
Order, order! But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection.
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection.
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come.
Yeah, you're right. It said when he's waiting for his grub to come and every evening. So it was for dinner. Poor Mr. Gregson. He wanted to go get fish and chips so bad. He was so hungry, dude. He was so hungry and he got murdered instead. Todd! I would be so happy if Todd Howard is secretly the new Kojima protagonist. That shit would be epic. I love Kojima so much. Oh, yo, speaking of Kojima, He started his own studio so he could just make crazy games, right? People keep offering to buy out Kojima Productions, and he's like, no, we're just gonna make dumb Death Stranding games all over and over again, which is awesome. And From Software, who makes Elden Ring, Dark Souls, all those games, they just did the exact same thing. They are now officially, because of the success of Elden Ring, their own publisher. They are now officially their own publisher. So the days of like, we don't know what's getting ported, console exclusivity shit, done. That's completely over. They're publishing their own games from now on. I'm so happy about that. That's fucking awesome.
The boss used to wind it up every evening when he was waiting for his grub to come. Said he hadn't missed a day the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. No, that wouldn't be entirely reasonable.
Sorry, Remix, that's not how that works. Yeah, the old games are still going to be owned by the publisher, basically. The people who publish a game will always have published that game. You know what I mean? Like, this is for future reference. It's the same reason why Kojima can't release fucking Metal Gear on PC, like, whenever he wants to. He doesn't own it. The publisher owns it. This music goes way too hard, dude. So, yeah, the FromSoft games from here on out are going to be their own in-house publishing. So they can just put it wherever they want to. So, who knows? For all we know, maybe they don't even want to put it on any consoles. Maybe it's going to be PS exclusives forever because it's easier for them to do. I doubt it, though. It probably means that they're going to be easier to get access in the future. It'll also be cool to see what they want to do with it now. Because I guarantee you they didn't want to do Dark Souls by the time they stopped. DS3, even like story-wise, honestly feels like we're done with Dark Souls. Like, please, this is just the end of Dark Souls. No more Dark Souls. It was like a bookend for everything Dark Souls related. So I'm guessing that them publishing their own stuff means that they're also going to be able to focus on what they want to focus. So they're probably going to make more, like, weird passion projects. It is. It's literally about trying to keep something alive for too long. And, like, they did a good job with it, but it was super uninspired. Like, DS3 does not present, like, any new ideas. It's all just, like, rehashes. They were clearly done with Dark Souls. They're like, we did Dark Souls, we want to do other stuff. Not to say they phoned it in at all, because they didn't. They did an amazing job with it, but they were just done. Like, they wanted to do something else.
Suck on my missile punch.
I would be so happy if they fucking brought back Metal Wolf Chaos. That would be amazing. That would be so cool. They probably can't, though, because Metal Wolf Chaos is probably owned by their old publisher, too. But who knows? I hope so. I hope Metal Wolf Chaos comes back. Bring America back! Do you remember the part in Metal Wolf Chaos where he rode on a skateboard in space on top of the blowing up International Space Station so that he could save the evil vice president who was burning up in the atmosphere? That shit was awesome! Metal Wolf fucking owns, dude. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Oh, oi!
But how do you explain it then?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean! What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Oh my god. Not Gregson. I hope Gregson comes back from the dead so he can return once more. He was a cool guy. All he wanted to do was eat fish and chips and solve crimes. He was already fit? That commercial goes so hard. Oh, from published Metal Wolf? Hell yeah! God, I hope they make another one. I would be so happy. Metal Wolf Chaos goes incredibly hard. I don't know if they would ever want to, but I would be so down. I'm so ready for America again. They made a stupid FromSoft game in Japan with Sekiro. Nobody wants to play Japan game. Everybody wants to play as the President of the United States in a mech, though. He was already dead. That guy's twerking. That guy's 100% twerking, like the Chihuahua. Order! Order!
Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim.
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
Well,
On that subject, there is something rather surprising.
There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. This is just like every Ace Attorney case, that's the first thing I check. I don't always mention it because it is literally just metagaming, but that is the first thing I always check. You go to the autopsy report, time of death. If there's no time of death, odds are the person didn't actually die when the game is trying to tell you they died. It is like remarkably consistent. Sometimes you'll get shit where it's like the autopsy is just wrong and it lists an incorrect time of death, but I remember it being more frequent that it just doesn't bring it up. They just try to avoid the topic entirely. Bah, bah.
The time of death is not noted.
That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went out from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand in a great dirty puddle of blood.
Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh.
He catches on fast, doesn't he?
But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? I don't like how he does that either, just cuz, bro. And I have bad news. That's not even his tongue. That's his fucking big-ass distended lip. That's his big-ass nasty rubber gumbo lips just flopping down. It's so gross.
Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our ability.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example?
It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
I wish he had a big ass lip hanging out too. His ass lips should be protruding from his pants.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question.
Is it though? What? I want to go to court as a lawyer just so that anytime the other guy says something, I'll just go, oh yeah? Is it though? Stupid. Like, what kind of fucking rebuttal was that? Nuh-uh. He should have just said nuh-uh and plugged his ears. Given that, the time of death of the victim has already been called into question. It isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all.
Oh, please.
What are you trying to say? As she fucking throws the fireworks that sound like gunshots at us. She's not good at hiding that. She's definitely not good at hiding that.
Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there road.
Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Hey? Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot. Could have been made with...
A gun!
That's the most genius deduction I've ever made yet, dude. My brain is expanding. A gunshot noise could definitely be made with a gun. That's not even wrong either. They can't even penalize me for saying that because it is factually correct if you read the whole sentence. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with revolver. Of course. Who could say such a thing is incorrect? I'm gonna go with the firecracker though. Well, the culprit could have used something like this, for example. Yeah, that dude's lip, he was definitely stung by what's known as 500 human ass bees, I believe. That dude was stung by some fucking next level bees. His lip is disgusting. No fooling. I personally, we talked about this last week, but I actually have a pet theory that might be crazy, but might actually be kind of basado. Because if you, next time it shows him on the screen, check out his hair. And then look at this picture we have of our person who hired us for this case's missing husband, Daily Vigil. This dude's hair looks almost exactly like this random homeless guy. But I don't know. because he looks the same, the hair-wise, but his face looks different. However, his face is fucked up by horrible monstrosities. He got big gumbo lips and stuff. And if you read the photo, honestly, in trying to not be suspicious, is incredibly suspicious, because it specifically points out he appears to have no distinctive facial features. Why would you possibly? That's like the most he protests too much sentence I've ever heard in my life. There is no other photo in human history with somebody who's not distinctive that points out how not distinctive they are, you know? I'm thinking he could secretly be this crazy homeless man. Yeah, look at him. Look at Gossip. Aside from the swollen-ass lips and nose, he looks kinda similar, especially hair-wise. It's really the hair that's doing it for me. That being said, he does not look 40+ years old, but neither does this guy, to be fair. This guy looks like he is a 19-year-old TikTok star zoomer. He does not look like a 40-year-old British man from 1859. Well, the culprit could have used something like this, for example.
Oh, really? A demonstration is in order then, I fear. What?
Yes, please. Show the court how you could use that to create a noise like a gunshot.
We're waiting, pussy!
They're fucking bullying me in the court of law. I may have been mistaken. It looks like you've been making a lot of noise yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Sick fucking burn, Kazuma. Sick burn for a man with black flower nipples. Sick fucking burn. They are definitely colluding. There is collusion going on in this courtroom, man. They're all bullying me, too. That would be really funny. That would be very funny if none of them are the killer, but they all know that it's no good to have a dead cop on their hands, so they all just tried to, like, clean up the scene the best they could. They're like, well, shit, we're clearly gonna get blamed for this. We're all a bunch of scoundrels. That would actually be a fucking sick twist. He got stung by the candy bees. I wish, man. I love the candy man. I want the candy man to stick his big fucking evil hook hand and kill me. What? I lost a pip? Kazuma's got a devastating way with words in English, too. Why did I lose a pip? That was wrong? I've never been wrong in my whole life, and now I'm wrong? I realize it may be difficult to retract what you said and present some different evidence, but perhaps... Yes, I was thinking the same thing myself. That's because I'm convinced there's some evidence that could produce a similar noise.
Explain yourself, then.
Noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with... What else is it? It's not the Venus firecracker? Huh? Is it actually the revolver? What is going on? I'm baffled. I'm stumped. Stumped that I've ever been in a fucking Ace Attorney game in my entire life. Usually there's at least some sign that I was wrong in my mind. I'm like, got some doubt as to what I was presenting. I thought this was like the most throwaway, gimme, easy answer of the whole game. I thought this was literally just like free progression. How the fuck is it not the firecracker? You need to investigate. Oh, maybe. I tried investigating it, but maybe I missed something. No. Maybe there's like a hidden, tiny ant-man on top of this. That's like the most evil man known to man. There's a tiny just cuz we're latched onto the side. Oh my god. The fucking dick. The dick hitbox was so small. The dick box was so small that I had never technically hovered over it yet. That's totally what the problem is. That's 100% what the problem is. Good call. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. What? Shall we find out? What is going on? Really? I had to inspect the fireworks to find out that it was a fireworks? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Oh. All right. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It almost sounds exactly like... Okay, there you go. It goes off like a gunshot. Sure, why not? Why not? Yeah, she did. She set off the whole bundle. It goes off like a gunshot now. I do hope it zooms back out and the whole courtroom was just smoldering and exploded. Damn it. His beak should at least be flipped backwards like Daffy Duck from that explosion. Okay, we'll take it. I'm only 1 pip down. So I'm not too mad about it. I'm still feeling fairly confident. How much longer is this case is the question. I might have needed that pip. I did get fucked. I did definitely get trolled. But honestly, I'll take it. I'm not that hurting for pips at the moment. That's a certified Ace Attorney moment. Sometimes that's just a thing. Some cases, there's just like hyper-specific shit like that you would never think you need to clarify. And it turns out you do need to totally clarify it.
Take that! Take that!
Something like this! The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Okay, now you're right. Last time you were stupid, but I guess you're right this time. Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness?
Oh, hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. Boom! I hope he makes it with his voice instead. Yeah, Justron was actually 100% right though. That is what the difference was. The inspecting it was just to hear what it would sound like if you set them all off. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact.
Ag, ag, ag.
You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
That is what she said. I guess we know what her canon voice sounds like now. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrock Van Zeeks.
One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
That's what I'm gonna post next time I'm trying to hit up a girl in the DMs. I feel like if you start a conversation with a girl with "I fear for your fingers, young lady," that's pretty much guaranteed to be the best pickup line known to man. Then after that, you post that sniffing rat emoji, the sniffing rat gif as well. I'm pretty sure that's the follow-up. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learnt of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens! A bomb!
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
Ah, no. Wait, it's the wherever you like part that's important. A time device. Want to take a rat bath? Yeah, see, that's another great pickup line too. That's another iconic classic. Oh, I fear for your fingers, young lady, if you don't get in the rat bath. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to procure the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Watch? No. Candles! The candelabra, like I was talking about earlier. Top of one of the candles has been blown off. Yes, it's probably the candles. We'll go with that for now. Yeah, I'm thinking it's the candles. I think you're right, Zen Vibin. I like when I thought your name said Zenvilbin. That made no sense. For some reason, lowercase i's, my sight's just not good enough to differentiate it from lowercase l's.
Alright, yeah, we're gonna try the candelabra, see if it works.
As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. The tip of my candle was also blown off, unfortunately. But I guess that's just something for me to deal with.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
No, Judge, you fool. The gun can't leave 2 gunpowder burn marks. That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How could that be, eh?
The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or, to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. Oh my god! The culprits somehow attached the firecrackers at a point. Thank you, Just Cuz, bro. Thank you, Just Cuz, bro. Thank you for saying the answer remains no. That didn't have nothing to do with anything. That would be pretty crazy. That would be pretty crazy if even the prosecutor was in on this. We do know that he has a very personal motive to want Van Ziek's turbo dead. Basically, Van Ziek's, our defendant, is also a prosecutor. And he prosecuted this prosecutor's father, who was a murderer, and got him sent to death row. So I'm not too suspicious of him just because he does have, like, beef already built into his backstory. He is acting quite aggro, but I think it's just because he's blinded by rage/revenge. But I don't know, maybe he took it into his own hands. It's possible. It attached the firecrackers. You know what I gotta give props to Venus for? Smart girl. She's smarter than you'd give her credit for. A random urchin being able to calculate this so fucking precisely that it's down to the minute is pretty impressive. How does she know exactly how fast the candle burns? That is legitimately, like, that's just scientific right there. She had to do some serious testing. Oh no! She's from the fucking stupid redhead army. The redhead army is so evil that they even hired blondes to do their dirty work too. They attached the fireworks at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burned down along with the other 2. Until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud... Oh my god. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Also, we don't have any real evidence that she is the one who set this up, but like, I mean, come the fuck on, dude. It's her fireworks, and she was lying about this entire thing from start to finish, and she's the one who moved the board so that it was in a less suspicious place. Like, everything points to her being the killer.
Well, what a plot.
Yeah, see, that's the only thing, is that she technically also sells the fireworks, so it could be anybody who has access to purchase fireworks.
And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now. Now just hold your horses. All us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
Well, all that means is that you saw a redhead, dude. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else? I mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. Dude, this was basically just medieval Saw, dude. This was just Victorian England version of the fucking Saw traps. This shit is insane. Fresh blood? Yeah, that's the interesting part, is that they didn't say they saw someone carrying in a fucking bucket of fresh blood. That's the part that's hardest to believe for me. We still haven't even begun solving that part of it. Yeah, who bought the fireworks? Also very, very good question. Here's what they did say. I specifically remember that the Little Red Riding Hood girl who sells the fireworks said that she was like selling it to school kids the previous day. She was like, I was just out there, you know, peddling wares, selling shit to these kids who gave it to their teachers. So we know for a fact, if nobody else, it's gone through the hands of weird school kids and teachers. So if we see a teacher or a tiny child or someone who could pass as a child, then we got the ball rolling a little bit. It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. Yeah, because basically the kids were buying the firecrackers, bringing them to school, and the teachers were taking the firecrackers away, like confiscating them. That's basically her whole business model. Sells it to the kids get their fireworks taken, they come back to buy more from her. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer! Puffed. Don't puff at me. Ha 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 ha! Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma! I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of the time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Ooh, sick burn on England, Kazuma. I dig it. It is a good business. I had to give her props. I had to give her props for that business model. She's clever. You gotta give credit to Venus where credit's due. She's smarter than I gave her credit for. I thought she was gonna be a real dope, based on just how she looked and acted.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly. I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what that case was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated?
Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, the redheads. Well, yeah, the redheads. The red wig. A photograph of the red hairpiece. Or the stomp watch. Or the fucking stomp watch, dude. But the stomp watch is about the case 10 years ago. And the description doesn't mention anything about the case 10 years ago. So, I think. But then again, the notice board has victims of the Reaper. Victims of the Creeper from Minecraft. Victims of just Cusbro placing TNT beneath people's Minecraft builds. I think it is the redheads, though. Yeah, you guys are probably right. It's probably the redheads. We're going to use the flame red hairpiece. Here's the problem. There's 8 different pieces of evidence that have to do with the hairpiece. That have to do with the red hair. That's the only problem. God damn it. Mother trucker. I think it's the notice board, honestly. I'm gonna go with the hair, though. I'm definitely gonna go with the hair. The only reason I'm thinking the notice board more so is because it was like a direct notice board, and it's the only one, so there's no mistaking it. Whereas these, there's multiple of the redheaded stuff. This is good too, but I think they want the actual hairpiece, because it literally says it belongs to Gregson. It literally says it belongs to Gregson in the description. Unless I can investigate it again. No, it's been investigated. Let's try it. Red hair.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Good job. Good job. Everybody said red hairpiece.
Surely not! Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. Fun fact about being a redhead, if you're a redhead, you a mutant, dude. If you're a redhead, that's like, I think it's like 1.something% of all humans are redheaded. It's a really small number. It's hyper-recessive. I'm pretty sure that to have red hair, it has to be both parents have red hair. I think it has to be both parents are redheaded because it's like super, super recessive. And not only that, but of all the redheaded people on the earth, of which there are very, very, very few, almost all of them come from Ireland and Scotland. Almost all of them are traced back to Ireland or Scotland. It's absurdly rare. Yeah, both of them have to have the gene. They're gone, dude. They're absolutely gone. Reanimated bit, you're gone! You're gone! Reanimated bit, you have to find a nice redheaded girl to settle down with so you can propagate the redheads. You have to basically Genghis Khan the redheads back into existence. You know how Genghis Khan made Asians? Like, legitimately billions of people on the planet can be traced back to Genghis Khan? You have to do that, but for redheads. Because the redheads are dying. The redhead army needs your support. Yeah, it's possible. I'm guessing that it's because they were it was that weird ass island, you know? Like pre-Roman invasion, I bet just that island of the UK, all of that land had tons of redheads. It was probably just like almost all redheaded people. And then the Romans happened and they said, oopsie whoopsie, we made a fucky wucky. We accidentally destroyed your entire civilization. And then the Vikings came in and said, oh look, it's England, why don't we shit on them as well for a little while? Poor England, man. They couldn't catch a break for a long time. Bop, 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 bop. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you'd already worked it out. Is that the Red-Headed Army? Is that the Red-Headed League, the fucking 6 creepers from Minecraft?
What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
A deception of what nature, Council?
They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense, calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
2 redheads?
Oh my god, no! Kazuma was a redhead the whole time. That's so evil. He would actually look better as a redhead because of that drip. That outfit, like the white suit, would look so cool with red hair. He probably is secretly part of the Red-Headed League. Wipes off the fucking Asian face makeup he's doing to reveal that he's a ginger the whole time. Freckles and all. Big rosy cheeks. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord. He does the bow from Elden Ring. He literally does the bow from Elden Ring. I have bad news. Hey, what's up, Tara saying? How you doing today?
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
This is a crazy anime game because, like, every anime game has characters with red hair, right? But that's just because anime has, like, wacky toothpaste-colored hair colors for no reason. This game actually has legitimate redheads, like people who are canonically redheaded white people. And that is mysterious. This might be an anime first. It's not like Ronald McDonald clown red anime hair. It's like actual red hair. To be continued. It is, it's revolutionary. It's revolution. They're changing the game. They're changing the whole game.
2nd November.
What? Oh my god, it's never gonna... We passed it, man. We passed it. Damn it. On some of the Ace Attorney games, these games take place over like long stretches of time. So sometimes it's lined up like perfectly, the dates, but it's not gonna happen this time. It's already 11-5. It's already 11-5. It'll never fucking catch up. Damn it. Maybe the next time there's a big jump. Maybe the next time there's a big jump we'll catch up. Yeah, I don't think Ronald's hair is natural, dude. All I'm saying is that Ronald once flashed me in public, and the carpet did not match the drapes. The carpet did not to be too crass, but his fucking pubic hair was not the same color as his actual hair. If you could believe that. I don't want to get too disgusting about it, but his curly-ass pubes were a completely different shade. Completely different shade. What happened to my bitrate, dude? My bitrate went to shit all of a sudden. What's happening?
Red alert! Red alert! My bitrate has gone to shit rate.
Wait, is it fine? On OBS, it says my bitrate has gone horrible. We're back. We're back. Okay, the bitrate's good again. That was weird. I started dropping mad frames. It's because I started talking about Ronald McDonald's, you know, and McDonald's cracked down on me. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m.
Ah, there you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina?
You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
As was I. Possibly more shocked than the both of you.
It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I love Mr. Sholmes. He rules.
But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it?
Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Or perhaps it was a deliberate omission.
Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. Dr. Scythe.
Yeah, during the last case, the autopsy person was actually straight up the killer. And it was not helpful having the autopsy report be written by the killer, if you could believe that. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered the body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick.
No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose.
The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes is sweet, I mean.
That's right, Suze, and it was me who took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly. So, it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found dead, you hadn't had any trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them?
Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
No, Sholmes, he didn't want money. Gregson was all not about that life.
Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zeeks for some reason.
The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zeeks.
And Kazuma! I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today?
All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Oh no!
Damn it. Was that a train horn noise I just heard just cuz, bruh? You sick son of a bitch. Is that the train horn, the signal that the recess is over very shortly? Dude, the fucking, how you say, I thought that we won. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that we won, and we were going back to, like, investigate some more. I'm actually totally not ready. I'm still down a pip, dude. I need my pip. Daddy needs his pip back. Zaddy definitely requires his pips back in order to function at full capacity. I don't want to be down HP. I'm at fucking 80% HP now.
This recess will be over shortly.
Yes, you're right. Thanks, Sholmes. Bye, Sholmes. I wish Sholmes was involved in the court cases more. He only helps me investigate.
You got this. I hope so. I hope I've got this.
We gotta get these damn redheads behind bars. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe it reset because of the to be continued. I think that did happen last time. I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I'm not feeling confident for the rest of the case. That last segment flowed pretty well, but I don't know. Azuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. God damn it. God damn it. I have a feeling that I can't get any of my pips back. Are you ready, Miss Suzato?
Yes.
Miss Suzato looks like Michael Jackson. Pass it on. Miss Suzato, when she's got like that front angle, she looks like Michael Jackson. From the side angle that we usually have, she looks like, you know, Japanese girl. And from the front angle, she just looks like Michael Jackson. 2nd November, 1 p.m. Old Bailey Courtroom. There he is. It's Van Zeeks, baby. He's back. Hang on. Before we continue, before the recess actually ends, I'm going to take this opportunity to go refill my water, because I've been totally out of water and coffee for the past, like, hour. I'm going to go refill real fast, and then as soon as I get back, we're going to pick up from this new portion of the case, and hopefully not lose completely. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in a few, and I'll be right back. I'm back. What'd I miss? I missed FBI open up. Oh no.
FBI, open up!
They're here. They're back. It's the FBI. I'm getting too close to the truth, man. The FBI's behind it all. They're the killers all along, I tells ya. All right. Let's get back into it. We got back from the recess. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully this will be pretty easy, but you never know. You never know with old Ace Attorney. They might have some more twists and turns in store for me. Hey, thanks for the bits. Is that been? I didn't get to see it before I left. I meant to say Zen Vibin, but I completely just messed it up that time instead of Zenivin.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barok Van Zeeks, here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi.
My lord?
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not too long ago from the local prison by police carriage.
Very good.
Sir Toastman, baby. Woo! Sir Toastman is definitely still on that toasty grind as it's known. I'm proud of him, man. I just checked out his YouTube channel earlier today again, to make sure he was still uploading the VODs.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom.
So these... Oh my god. I just spied with my little eyed a character that could pass as a child. I just spied someone who could have possibly bought fireworks off of that girl without raising any red flags whatsoever. Raise some red hairs? Sure. Raise her heckles? Maybe. But raise red flags? Nope. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that that's the firework buyer. We got our killer. We probably have our killer right there. Yeah, it's over, man. That's gotta be it. Part of the Red-Headed League and also a firework buyer. That's a murder. That's a murderous moment. These two men are currently being held by the police on attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian. It's a Frenchman! Oh my god. This actually might go deeper than I thought even. If you guys didn't see the previous case, but this actually, the fact that he's French is kind of suspicious because our boy Gregson, the victim of this case, the guy who was shot to death, he was about to be transferred to the Paris Police Department. He was like due to be transferred any day now. The last case, he's like, well, I'm retiring to go, fuck off to France and help out their police department instead. And we were gonna have a big goodbye, but then he was murdered instead. So the fact that this guy just so happens to be French, that's a little suspicious. That's a little suspicious. Do I remember what day P4 ended? No, I don't. I think it was like in the summer though? Maybe it was the winter? I think it was after the winter though. I think it was like right after winter ends, P4 ends. March 20th. Oh my god. And you know, now that P5's on PC, Toastman can immediately jump right into the Persona 5 real-time playthrough. There's a guy called Sir Toastman on Twitch who's playing the game Persona 4, which has like a system where you play 5 minutes of each day, and he's doing it as like a real-time playthrough. So he does each day as like a 5-minute stream. It's fucking awesome. And he just follows along the real-time calendar of Persona 4. It's really funny. It's a great stream. He does it every day without fail, because Persona 4 is just that kind of game. Yeah, it's a long one. I streamed all of Persona 4. It's on my YouTube archive, the Persona 4 playthrough. That shit is so fucking long. I don't know how the hell he's gonna ever finish streaming all of it, doing it like 5 minutes at a time. The game legitimately took me over 100 hours to complete. It's so fucking long. I am Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice, en France. And It's Italian too! Oh my god, this is so mysterious. This is actually so mysterious. This is the second Italian character that's been in the game. I don't think Italy even has anything to do with what's going on. I don't remember Italy ever being brought up, like, on its own. But it's suspicious that this is the second random-ass Italian character. He's kind of adorable. He's kind of adorable in a certain way. I definitely stand Peppino De Rossi, even though he's a horrible murderer. He is hard to tell. Extremely difficult to tell. Okay, Fabian De Rousseau, 26, this fraudster behind the Red-Headed League swindle who was caught by Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I love that expression he's making. Oh, he's definitely a fuckboy for super sure. And my name is Peppino De Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia De Rossi, the landowners from Napoli.
Oh, they're both aristocrats as well.
Oh my god. 3 years. There's no way it'll take him that long. Yeah, I don't know how he actually makes so much progress. He tears through fucking Persona 4. I guess I was just slow as shit. Cause this motherfucker, he's killing it, man. He's been just tearing through that game. The thing is too, it all depends on like what he has to do in the game. There's like dungeons in that game, so if it's one of the days where he has to do a dungeon, he just has to do a big ass long stream to get the whole dungeon done that day. But most of the days in Persona are like your character wakes up, goes to school, comes home, and then you get to choose an activity to do that evening, and then he goes to bed. Okay, but yeah, these guys are aristocrats. The big case 10 years ago that kicked off all the craziness in this game was a killer. Kazuma's dad was a super serial killer murdering a bunch of aristocrats. So that's a little suspicious that these guys all just happen to be aristocrats as well. But I don't remember if it was foreign aristocrats. It might have just been Englishmen. Might have just been Englishocrats. Huh, that's very weird. Very, very, very weird. We just keep meeting noblemen is the weird part. Van Zieks is a nobleman. These two are both noblemen. The kid in that other case of the Crystal Tower was also a nobleman. I don't know. It's very... No such thing as coincidence, right? It's a lot of coincidence. How to beat P4 the fastest way. He's just a god. He's just a fucking god gamer. He's been gifted by the toast itself. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from TIMSIC as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do, eh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. That means no, that's a lie. Not bad, eh? He has grand ideals, but petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the Hilarious brothers. What? The Hilarious brothers? That's the worst name I've ever heard. Yeah, that's what's known as a 3 Minecraft Steve 3 Creeper moment for sure. What the hell are they talking about? Si, capo. Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Eh, Che? Are you about to tell me one of your grandy anecdotes? Aviva. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the Hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che bello, there it is, the capo's trump card, the furrowed brow. It is deep, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui, c'est ça.
And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud?
Alors, I will explain it. It is probably the most difficult thing that I never thought would be difficult. To switch back and forth between an Italian, French, and British accent. It is really fucking difficult. My brain is getting tied up into a fucking pretzel knot, dude. Bring back the... I want the Skulkin Brothers back, too. The Skulkin Brothers had a bit more class than these guys. These guys are complete dorks in comparison. He's 25. How is he 25? He looks like he's 8 years old. He's so adorable, look at him. He's just nothing but a little fella. How could you stay mad at that face? I mean, come on now. Don't you just want to pinch his little cheeks? Hey, thanks, Wakapi, for the 50 bits. Appreciate it, dog. So tell me, is your ass aware? Is your ass aware that your head has moved in because you're about as pleasant as an itchy butthole? What? Wakabi, is this a fucking ancient Sphinx's riddle, bro? What are you talking about? Is your ass aware that your head has moved in because you're about as pleasant as an itchy butthole? I genuinely can't parse this. This is like the real Ace Attorney mystery to solve. You know when they give you like an IQ test and part of it is like figuring out connections, like correlations between statements? I feel like there is no connection between statement A and statement B in what Wakabi has said. That has nothing to do with the other sentence. Those are two completely separate thoughts. No, not because. Not because. That has nothing to do with it. I'm so confused. But to answer your question, yes, my ass is aware that my head has moved in. It's a wacky situation. They're filming a whole sitcom down there. And it's also kind of a feel-good story as well as just a comedy, you know? They really are an odd couple, but they learn to love each other. No, Capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Ways, these dogs. One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for the injustice. C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Yeah, I don't know what Wakabi was cooking. But he was cooking. I say we let him cook. I say we fucking let his ass cook, dude. Because I don't know what he was talking about, but he was spitting. He was spitting something. Reanimated bit, is your ass aware that your head has moved in? Because you're about as pleasant as an itchy butthole, as it's known. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, the pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France! It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk, like an Coster's orange barrow. See, now Miss Susato is basically talking like Wakabi. What the fuck does that mean? Choked with red-headed folk, like a Coster's orange barrow. Huh? Yo, mama's so fat, not even Dora can explore her. See, now that one makes a lot more sense, Wakabi. That's a much better put down. I appreciate that one. I appreciate the 20 bits as well, but I mostly appreciate the fact that that insult made a lot more sense to me. I pick it up what you're putting down with that one. That's a good insult. Yeah, apparently, that's what I was thinking too. They were like, we're mad that everyone made fun of us for being redheads, so we're gonna shit on other redheads. I don't buy it. That doesn't make any sense. They're trolling.
They do a little trolling.
on the day which all those men gathered to apply, was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will ever see in the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see the capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Oh my god.
I'm saving again. It could be, yeah, Barrow, I could see as... So, a coster's orange grave. I don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah, maybe if you're a coster, that means you just have a bad job, so you can only afford an orange grave. I don't get it. I still don't know what a coster's orange barrow is to this very day. That was a Susato moment. She did a Susato takedown on my fucking synapses. I have no clue what that meant.
Very good. Very good. So, Mr. DeRusse and Mr. DeRossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. I don't know why, and I could be completely wrong, but I believe both of these guys' names are puns on, like, the color red. I think that's a thing. I think Rousseau in French has something to do with red. Rouge is red in French. I took French for a couple of years, so I remember some stuff. Rouge is definitely red, but maybe Rousseau is also some sort of red-related thing. Rossi. Do we have any fucking nasty-ass Italians in here? Do we have any spaghetti slurpers present who can confirm or deny whether Rossi means red? Or something that's red? Some kind of red stuff? Oh, it literally means redhead. That's hilarious. Yeah, that makes sense. So his name is just Mr. of Redhead. A coster who got put into a section for redheads only. Could be. It could be like a lonely grave.
A coster's orange barrow.
Now that's just sad. Poor little coster. He can't even get buried in the Jewish graveyard anymore because of his tattoos. We are always ready to help with the law. Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like you guys really like being law-abiding citizens. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, the victim has nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Poor Mr. Peppino. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Oh god, what did Wakabi say this time? What did Wakabi do this time? What has he done? The last time I saw something like you, I flushed it. Wakabi, are you trying to imply that I's the protagonist from the classic movie Flushed Away featuring two rats? Because I will have you know I am not a fucking rat, Wakabi. I beat the rat allegations. People tried for years to convince everyone that I was a rat, and I beat those allegations. I won't have you fucking digging that shit back up again. I really wish I had 3D IMAX so I could point at people and scare them. Can you guys please just fucking put on 3D glasses? Can you cooperate for 5 goddamn seconds so I can point at you? Yeah, I beat the bathing allegations too. Since I'm a Smash player, I'm not allowed to bathe. Otherwise, I've broken the code. Don't post the pictures of me with no makeup on! That emoji is just me before I apply my makeup and wig for the day. Before I apply my makeup and adjust my wig. That's the emoji, that's my face. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception. However, accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Yeah, okay, sure, I'm a rodent, but I'm not a rat. There's a distinction. There's a distinction. I am a naked mole rat. We are a proud, separate people from the fucking, the rats. The filthy, I would never be associated with the rats. Not once, not ever. Could not be me. Oh shit, I fucking spilled coffee on my ass. I spilled coffee directly up my ass. Oh good, it didn't get anywhere. That's convenient, it just got on my jeans. I'm wearing nasty old dirty jeans anyway, who cares? Oofa, with this attitude we get to nowhere, huh? He's really a sulking now. It does kind of look like Miyazaki because of that little expression. The fucking shit-eating grin. What was Miyazaki cooking? You know what sucks about Dark Souls? Not enough rats anymore. Elden Ring has like almost no rats, rat-based creatures. Dark Souls 2 was the GOAT because it had a whole fucking level dedicated exclusively to rats. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. I like how goofy this case became. It's literally playing fucking carnival music when our good friend Mr. Gregson was fucking brutally shot down and murdered. Like, this is still the same case. There's a lot of levity all of a sudden. It became very upbeat out of nowhere. It's playing like fucking Mario Party music at the moment. There's no question Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. Which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed.
Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Ah, yes, my lord. Oh, is that the Iris song? That makes so much sense. I'm so glad that Iris has been gone for the game for like a whole chapter. I'm sick of her. I hope Iris is the next victim. Someone did the drop an anvil off of a 50-story building prank on her. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park.
Let's try pressing this. He was not in the park. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Exactly, how does he know?
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him.
Kazuma said those two had only been shown that photograph. They'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his profession. That's a pretty good one. The fish and chips are also quite distinctive. The fish and chips are also very distinctive, but I think profession is a stronger line of inquiry. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair would help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective?
The man in the photograph? A detective?
Yes. Uh-oh, everybody else said fish and chips.
Uh-oh! Don't take my pip, please! Please, I need all my pips! I'm pip hungry!
That's so true. The French, and you know what the French love even more than food? Do you know what the French love even more than food? Shitting on British people constantly. So the first thing that would stick in their memory is this disgusting English moron is eating disgusting food. They would be like, look, he's eating disgusting English food that I would never touch with a 1,000-foot pole. So that would be very distinctive of his memory. But I don't know what the heck it would have to do with the case, so I'm gonna go with the detective first, and we'll circle back around to food if we need to. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh. What's the matter, Puggy? No. I'm gonna pursue his ass. Yeah, that's true. That is a good point. The British people do eat quote-unquote food. They eat soggy-ass beans on toast. British people, y'all disgusted, dude. Why are you eating beans on toast? Eat beans in a tortilla like a normal person. I'm gonna pursue this little freak, this little rodent.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, someone needs to Photoshop the chum emoji over that guy's face instantly. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Che, see, I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. This guy's Italian too. Damn, that is true. The food line of inquiry might be really strong. These guys are both obsessed with fucking food. It's Italians and Frenchmen. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did you just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But the why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scott. Let's go, baby! I fucking clutched it out. Barking! I definitely had a hungry god moment right there. That's why the captain steers the ship. You all tried to fucking steer me directly into an iceberg dick first. And I had to grab the wheel and pull us back on course. Even though I can fully and readily admit that fish and chips would have made way more sense, I win these. I still get these. Fish and chips definitely would have made more sense because it is this iconic thing. But you know, we take them. We take these wins. What? Good lord! Look how tiny he is. He's even smaller than I thought.
Order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that there was no such man. My die, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. Big basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. Like I said, when it is time to eat the pasta... Come on, dude. This game actually just said eat the pasta. People on Twitter are gonna get so mad at this game. This game is gonna be seen as highly offensive to the noble Italian people. Haven't the Italians been through enough already? They already have to live in the worst country. And now this, they get mocked in the video game? You think that they don't have it bad enough already having the dumbest accent on planet Earth? You gotta make them say eat the pasta? You gotta make them say bruh? I can't believe they would do this to him. Italians got done so dirty in this game, man. Wasn't there a... No, that was just a chef character, okay? And I was gonna say, in Ace Attorney, there was like a really highly offensive caricature, like gay chef dude that I also thought was Italian, but I think he was just a chef. He wasn't Italian. No one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up!
Objection.
Did they both objection? Ugh. Trop tard. The damage is done. That means too late. That literally means too late in French if you didn't know.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui, that was a man who came to the... That was a slight overreaction. That was a slight overreaction. It wasn't that scary. Sure, the music change was startling. But the heart-wrenching scream? It might have been a slight overreaction. I don't know why he's blushing at me. He is acting a little, If I could post an image of the homophobic dog at this moment, it would definitely say bit fruity. It would definitely, the caption would certainly be a bit fruity. Oui, there was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, "If you are really a detective, show us the proof." See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
It is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord.
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, "You are under investigation." So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico. And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man? He had it coming. He made us very scared. You know, that's fair. I'm on this guy's side, man. He got spooked. If you get spooked, you get to steal the guy's boot. That's a classic, everybody knows that. That's just rules of the playground. Monday's a dungeon stream? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Sir Toastman is delving in. He's going deep. I wonder how far he is. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them. Diddle-a-doo. A man claiming to be a detective inspector. Interesting. Let's return to the witnesses. So there was a fake Gegson running around? Oh, I hope the fake Gegson is the one who got murdered. I hope the fake Gegson is the one who got murdered, and the real Gregson bursts into the courtroom and he says, "What's all this then? I was in France, preparing for my transfer to the Paris division." Now that would just be perfect. But then again, they said it didn't look like him, and the corpse definitely looked like him a lot. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. That looks pretty official, I won't lie. I thought it was gonna look like it was drawn in crayon and shit. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well.
Oh shit! Since when are you known those? Do you mean to say?
I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Well, shit. Oh my god. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Whoa. That's crazy. That's weird.
Impersonation.
Yeah, somebody was impersonating him real good. But what that implies to me, these guys might not be the killers. I mean, everything else points to the redheaded dudes being the killers. But how the fuck did fake Gregson get real Gregson's shit unless he's the killer? That's the part I'm hung up on. If it's his real ass book, if it's his real ass identification, he was not in the park. I am going to go ahead and have to present evidence against that, I'm afraid. He was in the park because I have his identification right here. Let's see if there's any statements that's better for that. It has nothing to do with us. It's your fault we got caught. No, don't care about that. He was in the park. We have his identification right here. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why, Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection.
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his, or her, identification to be stolen. Oh my god, it's Gina.
That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
Zut alors!
You fell over, stupid. The Italian guy kept his composure perfectly fine.
Order! Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, eh? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. R.I.P. He died. Yeah, Frenchman eliminated, sadly. He's out of here. It's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification as stolen. No! That guy's got a bellyache, dude. He needs to go to the doctor's office.
Order! Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
Me! I know nothing. Me! I done nothing.
Me! He cries exactly the same as that other fucking weird European kid.
Pull yourself together, Pepino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
Me! Now I wish I had that return to Italia.
Me! Stop crying, Pepino, please.
Aw.
Otherwise,
Lummy, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know nothing, wee!
I fucking love this little Wario kid. He rocks, even though he's 25 years old. You will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. Oh my gosh. Kazuma, you're being so rude. You're being so rude. This case is twisted. This case is twisted into a fucking pretzel knot. It's like every time it seems like there's something to latch onto. It's like, no, actually, there's something else. It just drags you in a whole new duration. That would be really funny. That would be really funny if they just straight up just robbed the dead body. They just happened to be in the area and saw him. Like, well, when in Rome, might as well grab a couple detective IDs. You will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. Oog, oog. That is how French people cry.
You will dry your eyes and testify again. About those identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
They do definitely have some ways right now. WAEs, wet ass eyes.
Wee!
That's also the sound he makes as well. We're crying out loud. Witness testimony. The detective and the identification.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him in for the secret hideout.
What? You took him prisoner?
Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours.
There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go.
Okay, see, that part I don't believe. That part I don't believe at all. We beat the shit out of a cop, and then we just let him go and he let us go. We just went our separate ways. A little suspicious. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really.
Me!
I love that guy cries like that.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Aye, capo?
It was never part of my plan, I swear it.
Uffa, so you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. By one little day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it.
No, no, no. Por favor, capo. It is not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen.
He's sniffing it out. I don't know, I'm sniffing in the wrong fucking directions this time. I have no fucking clue what's going on. I'm so confused.
Oh, I don't believe this. How could they have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout? But I'm immediately gonna press them on the murder.
What?
That was so quick. That was like a 0.2 second long blurb. That was insane. It was like the first 5 notes of that Zelda song. I miss Breath of the Wild. That game was good. Bee Machine is a Breath of the Wild hater, but I like Breath of the Wild. I need to replay Wind Waker, man. I need to replay Wind Waker, and I need to play, what was that one called? The one with the stupid birds and shit. The one with the stupid ass birds and shit. There was a bird, and you like fly on the birds. I never played that one, because it was on the, Wii U. Yeah, Skyward Sword, that's the one. I have to replay Wind Waker or play Skyward Sword. Those are the only two I don't like, because I didn't like Wind Waker that much gameplay-wise. And, I never played Skyward Sword. Wind Waker I want to like, because I love the style so much. I love sailing in games. It looks amazing visually, it has great music and so much style. But I just never thought it was, like, super fun to play. I don't know. I always fall out of that game, like, by the time I beat the prison dungeon. I'm always like, I'm done. The detective and the identification.
The truth is, we took him prisoner. Whee!
Yeah, it's on Switch now, which is crazy. I definitely have no excuse not to try it at this point. Skyward Sword. My favorite Zelda is still Ocarina, and I'm not even an Ocarina boomer, because I didn't even play it as a kid. I played it for the first time on stream just a couple years ago, so I have no nostalgia factor for Ocarina. It's just amazing. That one is really good. Majora's is amazing. Twilight Princess is great. Yeah, they got a lot of great games in that franchise. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm.
Hold it!
Yeah, Majora and Ocarina are really close. I like the style of Majora so much more. Like, the atmosphere in Majora is fucking unmatched. It's super fucking cool. It's just such a bizarre game that you would never expect. I literally tried to play it as a kid and I was too scared. I was like, this shit is scary. This shit's scary! And I couldn't get through it at all. I didn't even get to, like, anywhere. I was at the part where I was a Deku scrub in the town and I returned that shit to Blockbuster. But once I played it again as a grown-ass man, I liked it a lot. It was really good. I like, honestly, for Majora, the, like, little character stories are so strong. The overarching plot I didn't care about that much, but, like, it's so cool to just meet all those characters and do their little mundane lives, and then know that they're gonna die from a horrible meteor impact in 2 days. It's weird. It's like a very, sad game the whole time through. Till the very end. Oh yeah, the fucking inside of Jabu Jabu, I forgot about that too. Man, those games are so good. I want to replay like all the Zelda games at some point. They were so good. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Huh? Oh, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The falso inspector, he was a real piece of the work. Hey, capo. What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, eh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. And you blame him?
We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us? Okay, I owned. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Sir, who do you think we are? Of course not.
They vent now? He did. He was the world's first sus imposter, as they say. I believe. Poor Gregson. That's why they had to kill him. They fucking ejected him. I was about to say they ejaculated him, but that's a very different word. Ejaculate and eject sound similar and are similar, but very important distinction between the two concepts. Yeah, Zelda is really good. I haven't played a Zelda that I fucking hate ever. I even like the weird Game Boy ones. I love the Seasons one. I played that as a kid, Oracle of Seasons. I haven't played it since, so maybe I wouldn't like it now. I liked Four Swords as a kid. I like all the Zeldas I've tried. Except, I don't know. I never get like super into all of them, but I always at least like them. I did not. I didn't play any of the like more recent spin-offs. I haven't played Minish Cap, Spirit Tracks, Phantom Hourglass, like any of those. I haven't played none of those Zeldas.
Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply got there of him again and took him back to the room.
Pursuing this dude. He kind of looks like a Zelda character a little bit, Mr. Darasi. Mr. Darasi definitely looks like he should be trying to sell me some bombs. Mr. Darasi, is something wrong? Me? Something Mr. DeRusso said just seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo! At times like that, you don't wanna have to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from as a personal experienza. Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. Oh, this is the wrong voice. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, eh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. Eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Oh my god! He's got the red neck! Okay, we know who the fake inspector is then. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I was so right, wasn't I? Look at the guy's neck. Look at Gossip's neck. Look at Gossip's neck. And he doesn't have big gumbo lips. He just has swollen lips because he got the shit kicked out of him. He got his shit kicked. He is totally Daily Vigil. He's 100% Daily Vigil. Oh my fucking god. He's Daily Vigil post vicious ass whooping. So maybe he's the killer then. Maybe it really is Gossip. We just took the long way around to the really obvious guy. I don't know. Unless he just knocked Gregson out and robbed him, how does he have access to Gregson's fucking ID? It's so weird. They could have technically been like working together or something, but then Gossip wouldn't be lying about goddamn everything always, I doubt. I don't know, man. It's starting to look like Gossip is the killer. The red mark. I can't believe he has the red bruise to prove it. You want to see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
So true, King. What to do, eh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You do! Now!
Now!
Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Oh my god. Echo, you see? It is a very visible, eh? He does, he has cheek jiggle physics. See, Ace Attorney I respect so much, because they even put jiggle physics in the game and they still don't like hypersexualize the characters. They used it for the fucking cheeks. They exclusively used it for the characters' cheeks instead. I respect the grind set that Ace Attorney has. Ace Attorney could definitely be a way more popular franchise if it just had like tits spilling out all over the place. But they don't do it. They don't do it anyway. Bump, 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 bump. I love this song. This song actually goes way too hard. That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo, sometimes he has a very rough. I said that's enough. Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes, what is your opinion, counsel?
About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with the details about that mark on your neck. Aye, capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Oog.
Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
See, if you really want that to know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these guys are still probably the killers just because of the French guy. The French guy who is still trying to deflect and lie about everything. If he should be relieved, if anything. Like, if he really wasn't the killer, then he should just be relieved that this is all coming out, right? Like, it's bad that he assaulted somebody, obviously, and strangled them. But it wasn't a cop. It wasn't a cop. So, like, this is good for him. That we're trying to make it seem like maybe he didn't attack a cop and imprison him. He put the Calare onto him. Okay. He put the Calare onto him. I kind of just want to present the dude against this, to be honest. I'm gonna press this new statement first, though, just in case. Yes, basically the lip dude, the big lip gumbo guy, impersonated the investigator and then got his ass beat by these dudes as a result. That's why he has the gumbo lips and everything and the red neck. But the suspicious part about that is he did have Gregson's real identification papers. They weren't fake. Gina has confirmed they are 100% genuine Gregson investigation documents, like his ID. So it's looking real bad for the gossip right about now. The French guy does need to eat something, man. He does not have any spaghetti. He has skin and bones. Okay. I don't know. I can't present any people, though, is the problem. I actually don't know what they're looking for right now, to be totally honest. I'm gonna press the new statement first. Are you saying that red mark was caused by... Si, a big collare made from the leather. A leather collar? A leather collar!
What? But that's the Hound of the Baskerville shit that we saw.
Oh my god. Yeah, we definitely need more evidence. I'm glad I pressed this instead of trying to present something. I jumped the gun a little bit. Is this true, Mr. de Rousseau? What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain. A strong chain? Did you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though, eh? I would not have tried to run again. That's a little kinky, I'm not gonna lie. That's just weird. That is definitely gonna have to merit a homophobic dog image. He literally put a cat girl collar on his friend and chained him to the bed. What? Hello? You know what? Whatever they want to do, I mean, go for it, French and Italian guys. I'm just saying. That's a little weird. That's a weird thing to do. Yeah! Victory screech! It's still going. That was, on the other hand, the longest blurb known to man. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people equal. That's the Capo Ear's motto, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. The Capo was a tough, but the Capo was a rough. Oog. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had a red ring around his neck, just like me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît. Leave it now. Now you know, eh? The Capo here. You don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad. Oh shit, that didn't actually add anything. What? What? Shit, I don't know what it was for me. It was nothing like a prison, really. Huh, very suspicious indeed. He tried to escape, but he put a collare on him. Put a collare on him. Photograph of the victim. You can kind of see the neck and see that there's no red mark. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. But if it was the case, you'd think they would show the neck a lot more prominently. Like his head would be tilted back so you could see the neck really clearly. I don't know. Huh. My intuition, if I had to present evidence right now, is telling me this is the one. Just because you can see that there's no red mark on his neck. Because it's the only thing we have that has anything to do with anything. We have the photo of Mr. Vigil, but this is like way too early to even start thinking about this. This would have nothing. This is like 8 steps jumping ahead. It's not that. Huh. I have no clue what it wants from me right now. That being said, I've got 5 pips. I do have literally 5 fucking pips. So I technically could just go for it and see if it works. I don't think it's gonna work for the record, but I'm gonna try it anyways. We have 5 pips. It'll be faster than me trying to backtrack through everything just to come to this conclusion anyway.
Objection.
So, the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However, you describe it. There's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
Yes! Let's go. I can't believe that worked. I genuinely can't believe that worked. Boom, boom, digga, boom, boom. I'm happy it worked, but I'm surprised. Wow. That's a little, just a hint of the nape. You can see there's no redness, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised it's not more prominent. I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collare off of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. I personally want to know, for my own research purposes, whether or not he was also forced to wear like a cat ear headband as well, while they put the collar on him. Possibly a maid dress as well, but I don't know. I'm just asking questions. It's part of the investigation. You have to believe me, it's just all part of the investigation. It's part of the deductive process. I need to know. I need to know if he was forced to do TikTok dances for these 2 men.
Indeed, that is most peculiar.
But what do we tell you, eh? We say this from the beginning, many times.
Whee! Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph. He is someone different to the man we held captives that night.
Dun, 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 dun.
Order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by the Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? Look what it says on the screen, dude. How funny is that? How funny is that it says that on the screen right now? Could you fucking imagine if it actually showed a little creature, like a little creature with a spacesuit put up its hand to its lips right when this happened? I believe the soundtrack for this game should say, wow, right about now. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. He turned into Mike Tyson for a second there. The person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to post with the dog collare.
Mon Dieu, Peppino! I was not so harsh as you say, eh?
Oh no, Gossip SS wasn't electrical. This is so sad, dude. This whole case is coming down around his shoulders. Poor Mr. Gossip. Yeah, Gossip is kind of evil for this one, I won't lie. Why would you kill poor Mr. Gregson? It better not turn out that Gregson is evil the whole time. I wouldn't be able to handle that truth. Gregson was a good guy, man. All he ever wanted out of this life was to eat fish and chips, solve cases, and train that little hoodlum girl, that hood rat, into how to be a real detective. That's all he wanted. Those three things. So who was the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Yeah, it's fucking obvious, dude. He's got a red-ass mark on his neck.
I must elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter?
The Jewish guy. It's not him at all. It's not the Hasidic Jewish rabbi who came to perform a bris in the world of England. It's actually instead Mr. Sandwich. It's not Sandwich, it's sadly the gossip. It's unfortunately the gossip. A red-haired man whose name is probably Ballywick? Huh? Bro, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Cal the Firebird, I have no idea what any of that means. Kazuma from Konosuba, a red-haired man named Ballywick, and a red-haired girl whose name is Catalina. I want to meet the red-haired girl whose name is Catalina. But the other two, I have no clue. I'm lost. I thought I had a handle on this case up until I heard the newest piece of evidence. AKA, the testimony from Cal the Firebird. It's the gossip. Sorry, gossip. Your actually name is Daily Riddle or whatever the fuck that guy's name was. There's no chance he isn't Daily Riddle. I feel like they even made it too obvious. I'm pretty sure that we decided that he was Daily Riddle literally within the first like 30 minutes of the case when we were still investigating. He has the same hair. He has the exact same fucking hair. There's the only two characters in Ace Attorney history who have this hair, these two guys, and they're in the same case.
Goodness me! Isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection.
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Ah. See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League. Oh, sick burn, dude. His ass just got sent to the Twisted Lip League all of a sudden. His ass is kind of looking like a red-headed Kazuma from Konosuba at this exact moment. He got fucking roasted. Perhaps, rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip and... Did I fuck up? Oh, I thought I was so smart and it turns out I'm dumb as fuck. That's the twist. That's the real twist of the case, is that I'm stupid as hell. I have a block for a head. Huh? Who the fuck was it then? Who the fuck was it then? It seems oh, it's not over. Oh shit, I thought I fucked up. Usually when the music just cuts like that, it's about to take a pip away from me. One undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh?
What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Yeah, he did. There was a wig. There was a fucking big-ass red wig over there.
Order! Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately!
Honestly, you know what I'm shocked by in this case? Our defendant is, our boy Van Zeeks, and he hasn't shown up like at all. Van Zeeks talked like once this entire time. Otherwise, he's been silent as a mouse.
Well, I never! An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, ain't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you.
Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you?
Do we have any choice?
We are in big trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
This case is so crazy, dude. This case is weird because, I don't know, I feel like this is the most surface level complex case that's actually not complicated at all. Like, am I crazy? I feel like this case is just nothing for some reason. The last case was 1,000 times harder than this. This one just seemed like it was going to be crazy complicated because it was like a locked room mystery. There was the gunshot that went off at a specific time. There was the candles. There was the blood stain that didn't match up with the entry wound. Like, there was all those inconsistencies, but then it was just nothing. I don't know. It's just this guy. It's just this guy and his fucking suspicious-ass cohorts. Well, not cohorts, but you know what I mean. Standmates, I guess. The inspector and the identification revisited.
The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
Then again, let's be honest, this case has had twists like 8 times so far. Who's to say we've reached the end of the twists and turns?
He's right, see? You'd think we would have forget these grand lips, huh?
I'll never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved with something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this?
You've got a good point.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, eh? There was no need for this pointless testimony.
Oog. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh?
Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but...
Humph! A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something?
I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks, Susato. You're useless! I'm sorry to be mean to Miss Susato, but she is literally the most useless human being in history. She doesn't do anything, bro. All she does is just fucking stand there like a guppy. She was a lot more useful in the last game, I feel like. Now that Mr. Naruhodo is kind of kicking ass on his own, she doesn't really do that much. She used to always come in with like the 1-2 punch, you know, she'd help you out. But now she just kind of stands there, like quips at you. She is not being helpful. That's why I was kind of hoping she would evolve a little bit as a character in this one. The very first case where she became a lawyer in Japan, I was like, okay, that's what they're gonna do with her now that Naruhodo doesn't need her that much anymore. But it's like, no, now she's just back being a sidekick when he doesn't need one no more. The inspector and the identification revisited. Okay, he was definitely not this man. Let's press that. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no?
Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there is a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the cheek of your colleague by your prized collar. I meant neck, but I said cheek.
Mon Dieu! With your words, it's like you tried to wring my neck.
It does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they break the mold when they made me.
This guy's crazy. He's so fucking proud of his big-ass lips.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
And I thought that being Japanese made you stand out in London.
So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear to it by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Huh. You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? He does have pretty big lips. I know that some of you are complete fucking contrarians out there, but at the same time, I don't think there's a person alive who would disagree with the notion that that guy's got some big-ass lips on him. He's got some big-ass motherfucking lips on him. Especially that lower lip. The upper lip, manageable, right? The upper lip is, like, manageable. But the lower lip is out of fucking control. The lower lip could only be described as Popeye-esque in nature.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That is what I must say. For some reason, it makes me want to eat. How did Fabian call it? An eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I'd never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe as a national trait, huh? Maybe all people from this man's a country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, that is the problem, see. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip?
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh?
Huh. Honestly, this guy has got me trapped in what could only be described as a lip trap. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I'm very confused. I have no interest in any Red-Headed League. Let's press that, I guess. So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in the town. I sold that tasty tidbit for a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
It doesn't count!
Why would it count? Makes no sense. Miss Usato's crazy as hell, dude. He probably does. He probably is the star user of onlylips.com. He just has slow motion lip slapping videos up there. Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's got not a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
What do you think about that French guy?
Excuse me.
Excuse me! He's trying to subscribe to that guy's Only Lips account. I saw that look he gave him. He gave that guy what could only be described as a come hither stare. Mr. De Rousseau.
Oui, can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something.
It'd be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What?
Mr. Gossip? With a housing agent?
Oui, he had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. You've mistaken me for somebody else. Someone with the same face.
Nobody's got that motherfucking face, bro. He looks like a Mr. Potato Head as a human. Yeah, he did literally say he's never seen him before. This fucking Frenchman's a complete troll. No, the capo was right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is a Huboon, eh?
Oh, shit! Get the fuck up!
They fucking Huboon? We heard that name before, but that's not who I thought he was. Shit, I was completely wrong. My bad, it turns out I'm stupid as fuck. That's the spoiler alert, is that I'm dumb as hell. I thought he was Daily Vigil. I'm gonna be honest. To be fair though, I was going purely off of hair, which is not the best marker of who a person is. His face shape is pretty similar too. Yeah, and Hugh Boone is nowhere in here. Interesting. I don't remember where I heard that before. He gossiped his way out of murder. He might have just done it. He might have pulled it off. Yeah, I don't see Hugh Boone anywhere. It's a better name than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No! I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intent of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections?
Objection.
Yeah, it must be in the article or something. It has to be somewhere. I remember seeing that name. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
It does?
I don't remember that either. I'm on the judge's terms.
Do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never! In what capacity?
Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Oh, shit. Get the fuck up. Well, damn. Okay, so I guess I'm starting to see what happened a little bit. Huh. So Hugh Boone is the leaseholder of the room, and Gregson must have caught him red-handed. Gregson must have caught him red-tarded. However, I still think that he actually is still Daily Vigil. I think Hugh Boone is probably just another alias like Mr. Gossip. Because what else did we find in that apartment? In that shitty little rundown-ass room that we found the body in? It was found on a desk in the scene of the crime. The wife of Daily Vigil, a photo of his fine-ass wife, was just sitting out in the middle of the open on a desk. Why would some random dude called Hugh Boone have a picture of another guy's wife just laying on his desk? That would be a little weird. That would be slightly strange. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
Yeah, he's incredibly suspicious for that one. That was a dumb move on his part. So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? Hey, rent now! And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Aye, I remember now. There was 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Aye, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Sink again, Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already.
I keep fucking forgetting which accent is which.
I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must.
So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It's been here under our noses all along. I rent the room for what difference it makes. We definitely need to press this too. This newest statement about rune rentals and shit like that. Baboon rentals. Yeah, that is true. His lip, he's getting away with murder just when it comes to lip-based technologies. It's disgusting. Even if he's completely cleared of every other crime, I still want him to get capital punishment just for doing that shit. Just for dribbling that shit like a fucking basketball. How does he, I assumed he got that like during the struggle with these 2 dudes? But it doesn't even seem like that's the case. How the fuck does he get his lips like this? He just injects saline into that shit. Let's press this first, and then we'll try presenting against it. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. Interesting. Okay. I think he is the killer. I think the gossip is the killer. I think I know what happened. Try this one out for your little snatches and see how it fits you. Think about this. Are you ready? Step 1. Hugh Boone, aka The Gossip, aka Daily Vigil, is doing his own little investigation on this notice board because of the fact that 10 years ago he was fired. We found that out in the first part of the investigation, that Vigil got fired 10 years ago due to flubbing some big prison escape. Some big prison escape happened under his watch. He used to work in a prison. He gets fired. He's investigating to try to get to the bottom of that shit. And meanwhile, our boy Gregson busts in during Gregson's own investigation, finds Gossip in there, and they have a little struggle, right? And Daily Vigil, aka The Gossip, aka Mr. Boone, kills Gregson. He winds up killing Gregson. Accidentally, on purpose, it doesn't really affect anything. It doesn't change anything material. The point is, he killed Gregson. He's completely fucked. But what he has now is he has access to Gregson's little ID, right? His little papers. So that's why he showed up at the park with the papers, to take advantage of that. But he now knows that he's on a mission timer, basically, right? He has until the police discover that body, and then he's completely fucked because there's a dead cop. The police are going to find a dead fucking cop in the dude's room that he's renting. He's completely fucked. The police don't just forget about a cop murder. So what he has to do is set up a crime scene for somebody else to take the fall. That's why he did all that shit. That's why he did all that shit that ends up with Van Zieks getting caught at the scene of the crime. He sets up everything so Van Zieks can take the fall and he can keep doing his little side investigation. Maybe. I think that's a pretty plausible sequence of events. Yeah, see, the fireworks. The fireworks is a good thing to bring up, but we do know for a fact that dude was at least in contact with these two guys, and one of the redheaded guys could have bought the fireworks for whatever reason, right? They don't have to have bought the fireworks for any nefarious purposes or for their own nefarious purposes that we're not privy to, because they're also criminals. And he could have gotten it from them. He could have 100% gotten it from them. If it is Mr. Gossip, then he could have just swiped it from him before he left. And then that kind of closes off all loose ends as far as I'm concerned. The only thing that's still a little confusing is how he knew Van Zieks would be there. However, he did have this. He had the inspector's shit. He had like all of dude's personal belongings. So if Gregson had anything on him like a note or some sort of meeting calendar of when he was going to meet up with Van Zieks, then all of a sudden, you know, he knows. He can set up the crime perfectly. That's if Gossip really is the killer. If that is the case, then I think that's how he did it. I still think it's equally likely that the redheaded dudes are the killers. But they have a lot harder time fitting into this, I think. Just because of this whole new information about the room. Because now we have to answer two questions, which is how they knew the room even existed to do any of this, and why they committed the crime in that room to begin with. I don't know why either of those things would happen if it's the redheaded dudes yet, based on what we know. But there's still, you know, more time, so maybe that'll make sense later. It was covered top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
Oh, no, that board's not mine. It's my friend's. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Gossip...
Seems to me. You made a typo, Susato, you complete fool.
Sorry, Mr. Boone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason.
So true, Queen. So true, Queen. Yeah, it's true. The body definitely still could have been moved into the room. There's still the distinct possibility he didn't even die in that room, period. Which again, I don't know how much that changes materially, because we still have to answer those two questions. If it is the redheaded dudes, which I still think there's like a 50-50 shot as to which one of those groups is the killer, either Mr. Gossip or the redheads, how did the redheads know this room existed to begin with? Why would they want to leave the body there? Those two questions are still not answered by anything we have just yet. I have theories. The first thing I mentioned, how did they knew the room exists? They were at that office. We know for a fact they were at that office when he was dealing with his housing agent. So maybe they managed to get the agent to tell them the address? I don't know why they would, because they didn't know the guy yet, but maybe. Maybe they wanted to, like, case the joint or rob it or something. I don't know. And then as for the second thing, maybe they decided to frame this dude after they had the run-in with him, where he said that he was investigating. They're like, this guy's got to go because he's investigating us. Maybe. But that's like pure conjecture. That's a reach. There's no evidence to support that. That's just purely hypothesizing. Oh, he just wanted a couple friends. He seems like a lonely kind of guy, doesn't he? He just has this fucking creepy-ass rich wife. Maybe he did need some homies. Maybe he did need some homies to play GTA 4 with. He wants as little to be known about his room as possible. Yes, it does come across that way. And more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kin. This is the one. This is the one. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Yes, okay, so we're gonna present the photo of Mrs. Vigil. But first we'll press that statement just in case. I don't think I've pressed this one yet. But before we even do that, I'm going to be right back again to get some water. Because I get the distinct feeling that we're about to run into like some crazy shit. And I want to just be able to get through it all in one go, instead of having to get up to take a break halfway through. So I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. Sit tight through this quick ad break, and I'll be back in a second and we'll finish this. BRB.
Oh, dear me. I've returned.
Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this shit right from where I left off. We're still on a roll. What was I doing? I was gonna do something.
Motherfucker!
This one, right?
Bruh.
What was I gonna do too? Shit, besides, I need to press this, that's right. No, kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Yeah, so, I don't know. This guy does seem pretty fucking suspicious, but like, it's so weird, man. Oh, this dude and the redheads just, they seem like kind of the killer, but also kind of not. I'm not like fully convinced on either party yet. Which is very weird. They both have kind of motive, kind of means. But they don't, I don't know, they don't really all fit the bill perfectly. It's very strange. Like this guy, the presentation I gave was very convincing. I set up a nice timeline and everything. But I did kind of glaze over and just hope nobody would notice. I said like, you know, they would have a fight, Gregson and this dude, when Gregson comes in. But why? What possible reason would he have to fight Gregson? No. Maybe if Gregson came in wearing that red wig, he would have thought that... We know he was investigating the fucking redheaded league shit since all over the notice board. Maybe Gregson came in wearing the wig to try to be undercover. Wait, no, he was investigating the Reaper. That's right, this guy wasn't even investigating the redheaded league at all. Yeah, so I don't know, I'm not convinced. He seems really suspicious, but I'm not convinced on either of these dudes. I'm not convinced on him or the redheads. It could definitely still be the firework girl. We could be taking the long way around back to firework girl. That's definitely still possible. This is so weird. It feels like it's too late in the game for there to be like wild third-party introductions. I feel like we have our killer here somewhere. I'm just not seeing who it is yet completely. It's weird. I'm going to press this statement. He has no kin in the world. You mean you have no family?
No, none at all. So I spend my days on Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passers-by. Hoping, just between us this is, that eventually, someone else with lips like mine will come along.
Aw, imagine how disgusting it would be to watch two people with lips like that kiss. That would be extraordinarily disgusting. You could hear that shit from miles away, just the wet squelching sounds of them kissing each other. Just fucking sucking on that big hump coming off the bottom lip. That shit is nasty. I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's the fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, we're at an impasse.
And there's nothing I can do but flick me lip. I think there's plenty of things you can do but flick your lip. I'd really prefer if you didn't. Yeah, that is pretty horrendous. That is pretty horrendous. Those lips are out of control, dude. I feel like big lips are attractive to a certain extent, and then you pass the point of no return. This guy passed the point of no return 8,000 miles ago. He's out of the fucking solar system now. It looks like I'm not gonna get anywhere here, unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me now that you think I could do that.
Okay, I'm gonna just do it. I'm going to present this photograph against this part. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room.
Oh!
I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me.
Please, just
leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. Also unkissable features as well, but I don't want to roast the guy too hard. He's got it bad enough already. That is true. He could easily just say it's not his. He's like, oh shit, I just stole it. I'm literally a homeless guy. Who cares?
Objection!
Objection.
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that this prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? He's twerking again, he's twerking again.
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please! Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
It's Seishiro Jigoku, the Japanese Jewish man. That's him. It's not him. It's Iris Watson, if you could believe that. I'm almost positive that he's secretly Iris in an elaborate disguise. SS into an SS. Yeah, this guy is like, he's next level, dude. He was disguised as not having a disguise so that he couldn't possibly be disguised. He used the big thong. He thonk it, his big brain chugging. Yeah, it's Vigil. It's definitely Vigil. I'm trolling. The only thing that's weird is that he doesn't have a butt chin. The only thing that's weird about this is that, like, the only thing they even tried to disguise was that he doesn't actually have a butt chin. I feel like they should have changed the hair, man. You definitely should have changed the hair. It was way too obvious since he has the same haircut.
Take that! Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Ah! I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
Oh, that's right, that never even came up in court. His wife, Daily Vigil's wife, came to us the other day and told us that her husband, Daily Vigil, was missing, and she hired us to go find him. Well, she hired Sholmes, and he passed it along to us. So, the court has no idea. It ostensibly has nothing to do with this court case. But now it totally does. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Oh, he just explained that. God damn it. I keep doing that. I keep explaining stuff and then the game explains it 1 second later. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil.
But what?
From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the 2 red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Mr. Sandwich will never not make me laugh. It comes out of fucking nowhere like a freight train. It just kills me. I keep forgetting that there's a character called Mr. Sandwich. It's in the middle of like serious dialogue. It just comes out of nowhere. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been able to return home, but unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Wog. Oh my god.
No, stop.
Get off. This is not a proper court of law at all. They're currently bathing a witness against his will. You cannot do that in court. Fun fact. Fun legal fact. Oh my god. They were fake lips all along. He's so much more handsome without the giant gumbo lips. Dude, the fucking, yeah, the lip being fake is a twist. I legitimately thought he just got his shit kicked, and it was like, well, that helps. It makes more sense this way, though, so I prefer it. It would be really convenient if he just happened to get fucked up beyond recognition the night before we had him on the stand. But he was actually just really good at making disguises, I guess. Wow! Yeah, that was quite the reveal, huh? Of his true face. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, he must have gone to the lip store, had that shit custom made. I want to go to the lip store and get giant fake lips injected onto me.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. And you changed your clothes, too.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Look, he also has the striped prison vest, like the chief warden of the prison had. Because this guy used to work at the prison.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court. Have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. This is so bizarre. This is so fucking weird. This is just weird at this point. This case is a strangey. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Well, now the voice for Mr. Vigil doesn't even fit him at all. Now the voice for Mr. Vigil is so unfitting. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing, peddling little tattle on the street?
Oh, that's so true. The voice was a disguise. The voice was all just a simple disguise. It's because of the throat, you see. It's because his throat was constricted for so long it destroyed his larynx. It's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years! I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Susato, come on! Susato hasn't said her catchphrase one fucking time. She doesn't even do anything in the court anymore, and she won't even say her catchphrase. Poor Mr. Blank. She's completely slipping. She's literally just on her fucking phone. She's literally just on her fucking phone, scrolling through Twitter, doing TikTok dances. She's just filming the courtroom and doing TikTok dances in front of all the action that's going on. She's not helping at all anymore. She's not even saying her catchphrases. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone,
and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, look at his big-ass lips, dude. How did he afford all that lip makeup, huh?
A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room.
But that explains it.
But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them.
Yes. I have made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece. Yeah, exactly. How the fuck did he afford being a nobleman? You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true! You have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
What? So he has even less of a reason to kill Gregson. I'm so confused. I don't think it's him anymore. The only way I could see him still being the killer is if, like, Gregson threatened to cut him off. Right? Like, Gregson is providing him all the money that he needs to support his family. And Gregson's like, no more. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. No more. You're cut off. No more money. And he's like, fuck you, Gregson. If I kill you, I'll keep getting the checks. Recurring. Automatic recurring checks. So you fucking iced him. But I don't think so, though. I don't know. I think it's not even him. Who the fuck is the killer? I don't think it's the redheads either, I will be honest. I don't even think it's the redheads. I don't know who the fuck it is. John, become a VTuber. Sir, yes, sir. Fucking hideously transforms, flesh bending and snapping out of shape into like a giant-titted anime girl.
I knew him from my time working at the prison.
Oh, you know what I should do? I should become a VTuber with the Ace Attorney cheek jiggle physics. Just like a giant fucking George Lopez head with giant cheeks. That'd be fucking radical.
When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him.
A secret? What was it?
I was to impersonate the inspector.
Oh.
Hey! Impersonate him? What you talking about, motherfucker?
So he told him to do it? That's actually so crazy. He literally told him to fucking do it. Who's the killer? Get on with it! It needs to just tell me who the killer is, because I have no fucking idea. I'm so lost now. I thought I had this case on lock. Like, I thought I nailed it. I thought I nailed it and won, and we were done here, but I have no fucking clue what's going on anymore. Just say that Kazuma was the killer and get on with it. I'm done with this. Yeah, I'll get the redhead's giant cheeks. In Ace Attorney, there's a character on the witness stand right now who has jiggle physics built into their cheeks. It's fucking awesome. He has jiggling ass cheeks. Yeah, I'll let you know when I do my debut as the giant floating face. It'll basically be, I'll still be a gamer, but like the entire screen will just be encompassed by a giant jiggling face, and that's it. Like a Majora's Mask moon, except of like a jiggling chubby face. What? Impersonate him?
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me.
Visit Orksey's home tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
Orcs? Who the fuck is Orksey?
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with the intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him?
I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever.
Okay, there you go. I was gonna say, why the fuck did this stupid idiot lie about this for the entire case if he's not the killer? That's why. It's because Gregson, his dying wish was for him not to say anything. He do got the chips. He keeps the chips on fucking dick. Kazuma was withholding evidence. I noticed that too. I don't know. I don't think it's him though. I don't know who the fuck it is. Maybe. At this point, I'd believe it as much as I'd believe anybody else. Maybe he wants to get rid of Van Zeek's the sleazy way, behind closed doors. By getting him convicted of murder.
Even if, well, if I end up a croaker.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him.
Yeah, Red Hair Gang is very suspicious, but they don't really have the means, is the problem. I don't know how the fuck... The Red Hair Gang can procure the fireworks. That's something that they can do that the others can't really do. Aside from that, they really don't have the means to pull this off. Like, how do they know Gregson's schedule? How do they know Van Zeek's schedule? How do they know about the room? How do they get access to the room? How does nobody see them going in or leaving? Especially since the way that the people outside said that we recognized the guy going in because he had red hair. How would two people with red hair not be spotted? I don't know. There's a lot that's very mysterious, unless one of them went off on a rogue mission. Maybe just one of the red-haired guys did it, without telling the other one. So in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really...
Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away.
Bronk. Well, that was weird. Alright, bring out the serial killer now. Just have him fucking reveal himself at once. Have you ever noticed that Kazuma is fucking vacuum sealed into his suit? Kazuma has like the Zero Suit Samus levels of ridiculously fucking skin tight suit. How does he put that on in the morning? He must have like the Kim Kardashian 3 little helpers that help him put on his shirt every morning. That shit is ridiculously tight. It literally has outlines of his ribs. Like, it's that fucking tight. It goes in under his ribs. That's absurd. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of those 2 Red-Headed League men when they impersonated the inspector, or imprisoned him.
But no, that can't be!
I like how he got so wounded by just slapping the desk, because of his fucking aristocracy. Fucking Blue-blooded ass British bitch. That is every British person. They slap a desk and they break every bone in their body, like fucking Mortal Kombat X-rays. He probably did. He probably did have his little fucking super suit on ever since he was born. It grows with him. If you try to pull off the shirt, it's like a mucous membrane. It's like stretching sucked to his skin. Like a turtle shell. I love when he does that. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Oh!
Yeah, we haven't really helped anything, to be honest.
Order, order, order!
We're literally just back to square one.
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Oog.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Weird.
Hold it!
Who's holding it? Who dares hold it? Asogi? What are you... Why is Kazuma holding it? Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witnesses. Kazuma!
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man.
1 moment, counsel! Is this related to the current case?
No. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Yeah! There you go! She finally said the line. Say the line, Bart.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way.
That's her catchphrase. She just says poor Mr. Blank, and that's her entire role in the story. It's gotta be connected, dude. It's gotta be connected. Abadoodoo. This is still the most mysterious thing is the pocket watch. The pocket watch he received 10 years ago, which is exactly when that professor case happened. And he whined it every day without fail.
No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know, I do understand that, but even so. Kazu, Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well, then the defense has no objection.
I see! In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. What?
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Okay, but the crazy part is this. The crazy part is as follows. We actually know another character who lost their memory. at a very particular time. It's this dude. Kazuma also had a moment where he had a straight up memory loss moment and he just like had amnesia for a while. He got beaten on the back of the head by a boat. He got his ass kicked by a boat. No rematch. Just got completely whooped and mollywopped and left for dead. And then he showed up in England and he's like, I don't know who the fuck I am. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know anything. So this isn't even the first character who's involved in this case who has amnesia. That seems incredibly suspicious. I think this actually is connected to something really big. To something really fucking big. Kazuma lied earlier too. He did, yeah. Kazuma was being a bit of an evil gentleman at the moment. This is super weird. There is so much conspiracy happening. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Maybe you do, Kazuma, but I raw dog life, my friend. I would never wrap it up. It dulls the sensation. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't. Kazuma-sama? But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. I think Kazuma needs to come out based on that outfit, I'll be honest. Bit fruity, eh? Ryunosuke's dressed kinda normal, I guess, besides the Nazi armband. Kazuma, on the other hand, definitely doing one of these numbers. He's definitely at the parade, is all I'm saying. He's on one of them floats. Just Cusbra beat Dark Souls 1, let's go! What did you think of the ending? How did you fight Gwyn? Did you do the parry thing, or did you just beat him, like a real man? Did you do the DLC, Just Cusbra? That's my first question for you, besides the question I already asked. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present evidence or not? Doing it. I did the parry thing. Woohoo! Let's go, baby. Gwyn is such a weird boss because I feel like he's actually so fucking hard if you don't do the parry thing. He's fast, man. He's a fast-ass hoe. Painted World isn't the DLC just cause it was just a bonus. Do you want to know a fun fact about the Painted World in Dark Souls 1? It actually was not even part of like the main game. That was like their first level they ever did to my knowledge. It was like the test run of Dark Souls 1. It was like what they showed to investors to be like, here's the game. This is the game Dark Souls we're gonna build. But they liked the level, so they wanted to keep it, but there was like nowhere in the game world to put it, so they just made you jump through a painting like fucking Mario 64. They just made you jump through a painting instead. Because like, yeah, it's just totally disconnected from everything. Yeah, once you get into New Game Plus, you should try to like beeline and do the DLC, because it's really cool. The DLC is fucking epic. Good job on beating Dark Souls 1 though. Did you like the fucking cool ass ending? Go play Dark Souls 2 just cause, bro. Get thee to a fucking nunnery. I have no idea how this is gonna go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Zip. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. It's probably this, right? The fact that he got fucking fired. He is relieved of his post, effective immediately. Meow. Yeah, DS1 is amazing. It's so cool. That game is such a cool, like, first playthrough experience. The end credit music hits so hard.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Ah, well, yes.
In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What?
What?
It's mine?
So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense.
Poor guy, he's feeling faint, bro. He needs a couch to faint on.
Isn't it?
I like that too. Lost Izalith is possibly the worst area in any video game. That fucking lava sound is just baked into my memory. Did you find the secret bonfire that's close to Bed of Chaos, or did you do the entire run every time? There's an illusory wall where there's a bonfire slightly closer to the boss room. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. I did not find it my first playthrough. I did not find it, and I legitimately almost rage quit Dark Souls 1 because of the fucking Bed of Chaos. That boss is complete dog shit. I will defend a lot of Dark Souls 1 stuff. I will never, ever defend the fucking Bed of Chaos. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison.
The 17th of June.
Was that the professor's execution? Bum bum bum. That was the professor's execution. It's gotta be. Yeah, Bed of Chaos has an awesome design. It looks super fucking cool. But it is possibly the worst boss fight in video game history.
Professor!
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It would be kind of cool if in this game it started playing that action-packed music again and the Bed of Chaos busts through the wall and slaps this guy off the screen with his long hands. Just kind of used his tree root hands to slap Kazuma off the screen.
It does sound familiar.
And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
The convict came back to life?
In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. I wish a bullet would ring out and pierce me through the chest, killing me instantly, because I'm fucking sick of this case, bro. I want to go solve the mystery of why the Bed of Chaos sucks my dick. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes!
Yes! He's powering up, dude. He's using Vigil Smash. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. All in his head? Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. He's about to start fucking making the Dark Souls 1 death sound in your ear. DS1 damage sound effects. Mr. Vigil? He's gonna go loco, dude.
Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos.
It was literally a fucking bed of chaos, dude.
The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Berkeley like a hurricane.
What? What? Order! 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 Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
Maybe a little bit. He's still feeling a little his head hort. Poor Mr. Vigil's head hort. Movie night? I'm down. I'm down to do a movie night if y'all want to. We got plenty of shit to watch. We haven't even finished watching all those scary movies we were trying to watch either. Yesterday night we watched both The Candy Man and we watched Chainsaw Man. We honestly should have made it a triple feature and watched Rain Man as well, so we could have watched all the movies that are about mans. That would have been kind of cool. It would have been known as a boys' night. It would have been a man's only, because it would have been a triple man feature. But we didn't watch Rain Man. Rain Man fucking rocks. That's actually one of my favorite movies of all time. Vox Magina? Remix, fucking keep your box ass Magina closed, bro. Keep your legs fucking crossed, because I can smell that shit from across the room!
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams,
Oh my goodness!
the papers.
That's less disturbing than the other things.
There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
Girls' night tonight. Hell yeah, dude. Girls' movie only. Animal Crossing movie again. The Hello Kitty movie. There's probably some sort of Barbie movie. What's that movie called where that girl joins a cult and her boyfriend gets murdered in a bear costume? Watch that one too. Just a, a good old girls' night.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
He would never, not my daily vigil, he's so nice. He wouldn't do that. Wink. I got bad news just because we're about to spoil Modern Warfare 2. I'm gonna spoil Modern Warfare 2 for your fucking peanut brain. America rules, bad guys drools, and then they shoot the bad guys with a gun. Yeah, DS2 is definitely the most divisive one of the whole series. It'll be interesting to see what you think about it. I fucking love DS2. I was a DS2 enjoyer from day one. I think that game is so cool. But, that being said, I like Elden Ring more now. I would never play DS2 now that I have my Elden Ring. A member of the prison staff must be involved. Are you suggesting every character has become a robot now? A prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Daily bot error, rebooting.
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly, but this is a serious business. I cannot help you now. As chief warder, you are responsible for overseeing the execution of her, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
Dude, he's actually spinning so fucking violently now. He's going completely crazy with it.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew,
It's the pee-pee guillotine. Oh my god. It just as a fun dare. I dare you guys to stick your cock through that fucking hole in the grandfather clock.
And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Oh no.
Ah.
That dude was definitely having a face for a YouTube thumbnail video for sure.
Order, order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
What? What's happening, dude?
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
Hello, it's me, Mr. Naruhodo. His voice is so fucking weird, I can't get over it. Mr. Naruhodo's voice is so fucking weird. He jumped out the window. He tried to kill himself. The last thing he saw before his mind shattered and he leaped from the window was a mysterious black gentleman with eyes of pure white and lightning striking behind him that said, "You should kill yourself now." And he said, "Yes, sir." He sat his white ass down and listened, and then he jumped.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
That is kind of how it appeared. I was thinking the exact same thing. I feel like everybody kind of felt like that happened, kind of like a cursed ghost ship appearing on a foggy ocean. That is kind of how it all went down.
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima,
Lord Van
Gregson.
He does sound that. If that blue emoji had a voice, it would be this guy's exact voice.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the
That should be my
murky
VTuber
depths of
face.
the
Is that blue
past.
emoji?
But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I didn't ask them. I wish Naruhodo was just a complete asshole. And after Daily Vigil went through his horrible, mind-rending recollection, he said, "What did I ask, though? I'm happy for you. I ain't reading all that, though." What? We're just done? Why? What's happening? We went back to Sholmes' house for the after party. I should have the VTuber head ready by tomorrow, for sure. I definitely am totally gonna do that. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Rudo! Studio canned applause play because the worst character is back, baby. Woo! Fucking obnoxious ass character has returned yet again. Oh, Iris. You were miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh,
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well enough alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true! He actually said so true, Queen. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes is definitely currently surrounded by 8 different fire-breathing statues getting fucking roasted. Mr. Sholmes said, "Oh!"
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I've finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day left before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. Don't steal her catchphrase. Come on, dude. That's Mr. Zato's only role in this game is to say poor Mr. Blank.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Very good.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Oh, I don't want to talk about all this shit. I'm just gonna try taking a fucking travel to a new location to see if it lets me. You don't know, maybe it will.
Oh, yeah!
Do you know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Mr. Vigil's hospital?
Damn! Shit!
I want to go to Mr. Vigil's hospital bed, to be honest. But first, we're gonna go visit this place. Maybe Gina could be here. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. Nope, nobody's here except for the fucking faceless bobbies who don't talk to me. Fucking faceless ass NPCs who don't even talk to me. 2nd November, St. Sinners Hospital, Ward 3. He's not here. He's not in his own fucking hospital bed. Stupid ass dude. Ah, patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in this bed.
I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable, it's probably just as well that he has a kindly person in the neighboring bed.
The endlessly part is a little worrying though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"?
Let's check with the doctor later.
The rat, no, the rat is totally gone. Can he get much deader? Whoa. So, this guy crippled as hell, basically, is the takeaway. This is very conspicuously was not here before, so take note of the fact that there's a crippled menace on the loose. You can never trust the physically disabled. And this is exactly why, because they are apparently endlessly obliging and use crutches. So if we run into a suspicious character that's crutching around, we know for sure he's up to no good. Look, a pair of crutches. Before we came to Britain, I hadn't realized they were used here as well.
I imagine they were imported into Japan from Great Britain in the first place.
Oh, so no one in all of Japan broke a leg before their arrival? That's what I'm saying, dude. Anyway, the sight of these things doesn't bring back good memories for me.
Oh dear, did you injure yourself once and need to use some?
When I was little, I thought they looked fun, so I borrowed a pair to play with. But then I slipped and sprained my ankle.
I see.
They contain powerful magic, these wooden staffs. The power to heal and the power to harm. I think a certain cheeky little bitch managed to cause the harm all by himself. MTV Cribs. Yeah, this is not a good MTV Crib at all. It does come with free crutches, which is kind of nice. But besides that, it is not the best crib I've ever seen. Who am I looking for? I was looking for Daily Ass Vigil. The guy who just, like, recalled himself jumping out the window and got installed in the insane asylum. But apparently his little ass isn't even here right now. He's fucking missing. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? Oh dear, poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling there's a better— She said the catchphrase! Woohoo! I can't help feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though. Finding something you lost isn't always a happy experience, it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it?
Yes, I'm afraid it can.
Okay. I guess it was a dark place. I'm gonna go talk to Van Deeks, see what he's up to. There he is, he's reading. 2nd November, local prison, cell number 1. He's actually reading Twilight. That's where he gets all his fashion tips from. Lord Van Zeeks is reading, look! They're looking at him like a fucking animal in a zoo. I was about to fucking throw some peanuts through the bars.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must not have noticed that we're here, surely. Oh god, he teleported. He definitely knows we're here. What do you Nipponese want? Van Zeeks, it's literally second one of the conversation and you're already being racist. Come on, dude. He started fucking pelting us with chopsticks and shit. He might have gone back outside to pedal a little bit more. If there's one thing you can say about Daily Vigil, is that he stays on that fucking daily grind, too. That homeless man grind set. That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it?
Perhaps not. I guess I won't be racist right now.
Huh?
I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. Those characters, if you paused on that screen 2 seconds ago, all 3 of those characters look like they came from different games. 4 if you include the webcam in the corner. All 3 of those characters look like they came from fucking completely different games. The game is so fucking weird how many different, like, character design styles there are.
I must say, I was impressed.
Oh, well, thank you.
Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend.
Oh, I see. Yes.
It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy by the 2 of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years.
Played the part? Poor Mr. Reaper, dude. What do you think about Mr. Asogi? Why are you making me tweet K Sarah Sarah remix?
Contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay because
You really need.
anyone else.
Hang on, I'm gonna tweet it out. I'm gonna tweet it out right now just for you, remix. At Joe Biden. Wait, why is he just Joe Biden? Doesn't he have POTUS? Doesn't he have the fucking POTUS?
You and aliens are, but that's okay. We might be alone.
Just cause we're— No! Shut up! You guys wonder why I hate the fucking accursed ass Nipponese so much. And yet you do this shit to me. And yet you fucking pelt me. You pelt me with sounds. I like how the— But you are Mexican. I like how the song part never crosses over though. It's gotta cross over once. Damn it! It won't cross over. It's so close! That was so fucking close! Damn it. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the DVD. The DVD thing bouncing in the corner. That's what it needs to hit at the same time. No. It's not working. It won't cross over. All right, stop just cuz, bruh. We have to finish this, but this stream only has 13 minutes left just cuz, bruh. This is stupid just cuz, bruh. This is so dumb that you would do this. That shit was fucking awesome. I can't believe it never crossed over. I was waiting for the song part. The part where he goes, I was waiting for that to play at the same time, like overlapping, but it never happened. It's like the DVD. Whenever the DVD thing is bouncing around on the screen, everybody's just waiting for it to perfectly hit the corner. That's how I felt about that screaming part of the song. I wanted it to play at the same time. It got really close once or twice, but it never overlapped. Just because you had way too many points saved up, dude. He's still got more too, just because has the fucking nuclear arsenal. He has the nuclear arsenal of little pussies and Invader Vi's.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities.
I also appreciate the fact that these characters in the game just did not even react at all to what Just Cuzber did. These characters in the game are fucking consummate professionals. They heard Just Cuzber playing those sound effects that he was just standing here staring disappointingly the whole time. He was just standing here fucking arms folded waiting for it to stop.
And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Uh-oh. His father was a serial killer, though.
Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, and in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a conquer spell from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did the damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life?
Oh my god, poor Mr. Zeke. That is true. People like to torment me with the channel points. But I mean, that's what they're there for, to be fair. You can even torment one another with the channel points. That's what's so beautiful. You like time each other out and shit.
In spite of having once saved mine.
Oh my god. He had his life saved by Genshin Impact Asogi himself? What? We didn't know that before.
You're telling me this for the first time. I never knew that.
He does. He just straight up hates the Japanese with a burning fucking passion. But it comes from a place of betrayal, you know? It comes from he's basically the Kanye West of Ace Attorney. That's like Van Zieks' inner monologue every time he sees a Japanese person. Yeah, that's crazy that he had his life saved. I honestly I hope this isn't the case. I hope this game is actually about, it seems like based on what just happened with Daily Vigil, that it's more about like coming to terms with your past and accepting it, right? But it kind of feels like what this is building up to is that Kazuma's dad is just not the killer. Like, Kazuma's dad is not actually the professor and he just had to take the fall. because the theme of that last section of the case was like, no matter how hard it is, you have to confront and accept hard parts about your past, right? And Kazuma's version of that is he has to accept the fact that his father is just a fucking horrible serial killer. He's a piece of shit. But what it kind of feels like it's building up to is, no, Kazuma's dad is actually a hero because he's an epic Japanese samurai. Which is like fine, but it does kind of go against the theme of the rest of the game.
He saved your life? How did that happen? Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum gum. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. He was giving me a piggyback ride. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. See?
That's fucking Genshin Asogi. He looks like a complete maroon, dude. He looks like a Wild West sheriff. He does not look like a Japanese man.
We were surrounded. And he was grabbing my cock for some reason, but we're not going to talk about that. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him.
What?
And apparently the assailants were also robots too. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, all right. We've got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves and making beeping sounds. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
That's gonna be the voice of the notorious serial killer, the Professor.
It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
I bet he leaned over to Van Zieks' ear and whispered, Oh shit, they killed him! All he was trying to do was whisper in his ear.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
Are you fucking joking? He was such a fucking epic Japanese samurai that he moved his hand in front of a moving bullet to save Van Zieks? That makes no... He doesn't remember it right. This is gonna be another thing where we have to unlock Van Zieks' memories later. We're definitely gonna have to, like, do the Daily Vigil style, unlocking this guy's memories next. Because that story made no sense the way he told it.
2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever! The Professor.
How awful for you.
Like, this is just a VTuber collab. Look at these fucking characters. They look like they're from completely different fucking games. This is just a VTuber crossover episode. They're all playing on a Minecraft server together.
All at once, I lost the brother I revere and the foreign friend I held in such regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Hey, that's so tragic, man. I don't remember what they were talking about, but that shit was so sad. Yeah, he's acting a little sus. Van Zieks is acting quite strange at the moment. He's not making any sense. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything?
But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? No! You know what I was just thinking about that does kind of suck? I thought that talking to Iris was going to be like the important progressing story stuff, which is why I ran off to talk to a different character. Because we're like 4 minutes from the end of today's session. We got movie night in like 5 minutes. But this is the important shit. This is the important shit here. I wanted to start next session with like the important conversations that were going to be important to remember. And instead we're ending with it and I'm going to forget all about it next week. God damn it. Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you! Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Oh, it's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
What? No! Tobias Gregson isn't the Reaper of the Valley? He's not the fucking Creeper of the Valley? Oh, Wakabi got fucking owned, dude.
No, Saw 3!
Tobias Gregson would never. But that being said, I did notice with my what's known as a mega mind, I kind of have what's called a mega mind. I did notice a very key piece of dialogue that they glossed over intentionally. They specifically mentioned that this organization, they didn't gloss over, they highlighted it in orange. They highlighted it with an orange pen. It says they have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Now, where have we heard of a character whose whole job and purpose in life was to accumulate information and sell it? Just think about that and you'll have your answer. You'll have your answer as to who is perhaps actually the Creeper of the Valley. Or Reaper of the Bailey, that's the one. Bye-bye, Wakabi. Bye-bye. Wakabi got his ass timed out, dude.
Tobias Gregson.
No!
No!
Calm down, Suzato. It's not that big of a deal. Gregson, the Reaper. Gregson's Secret. That's the worst lingerie company of all time, dude. Oh, that's so fucking menacing. Wakabi started DMing B-Machine, unfortunately, after he got timed out. I guess next week we'll pick up from Gregson's Secret. I'll call it here, though. I'll end it on that, because that's a fucking hell of a cliffhanger, isn't it? Fucking Gregson is the Reaper? I was completely wrong. Forget what I was talking about. Gregson? Huh? Why would Gregson possibly be the Reaper? Doesn't make any sense. That can't be true. They're setting him up. They're setting poor Greggy boy up for failure with that one. He didn't do anything wrong. But yeah, that's all the time we have, unfortunately, for Ace Attorney this week. We will pick right back up at this exact moment next Saturday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. We will finish up this case. We do stream Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central, but not the same game as this. This is only Saturdays till it's done. Tomorrow we're doing Smash Brothers, specifically, because it's Smash Sunday. But yeah, that's all the time we have for this one. We are going to go to movie night now. In the Discord, there is a movie theater voice channel. You can feel free to jump into that if you want to watch some movies with us. I'm going to be jumping in about 10 minutes after I go feed my dog. But yeah, that's all the time we got for gaming for today. I will catch you again tomorrow. First, we're going to dox everybody on my friends list of what they're playing. Dork, and Dork, unfortunately. This dude's playing fucking Pokemon Unite. I'm pretty sure that game got taken off the internet for being so bad. Wait, I will catch you all tomorrow for more games. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.